anyone who is severely handicapped needs to fear that they will get paid any less. In fact, they're going to see an increase. We want them to be able to earn more money before losing their benefits. And we're hearing a lot of support in the disabilities community.
This province is the only province that is actually expanding disability supports. This province is the only province that is actually expanding disability supports.
AISH Actions Revolutionary Podcast.
Chantal and Gavin.
You have now entered the no bullshit zone.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of AISH Actions Revolutionary Podcast. I am part of your host, and part of my name is Gavin. And I am here today with my co-host, wonderful and amazing, Chantal. Hey, Chantal.
Hello, good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
Good. And I will ask anyone out there how they are doing today. We have the illustrious Pam in the chat along with us just to make sure our stuff, shall we say, is in a group. And so there we go. I'm going to wear my glasses today. It is a rainy few days there, ladies and gentlemen. I know Chantal, her dog just got soaked, and I stepped out in Calgary for less than 20 seconds, and I was soaked. It's supposed to go on until like tomorrow night, consistently, like nonstop. So stay inside, stay warm, and I hope you all had a good weekend. It'd be great if you chimed in and let us know what kind of a weekend you had. Mine was, good. We had the protests on Friday, the union protests. I know in Calgary, I'm going to say maybe 700 to 1,000 people, which was pretty good for Calgary. What did it look like in Edmonton, Chantal?
Well, there were a lot of people there. There were over 1,000 easy.
Yeah. The one, what's our buddy's name there? The guy with the legs and the,
I think his name is Tyrell.
Tyrell. How many people were at that one? Was that a separate one from the main?
No, so how they started it was there was a march that ended up starting, and then they came up the street and went down to where that little grass area was.
Right.
And that's where everybody kind of hung out for a while.
Oh, okay. So really, like what I saw was not representative of what was behind the camera, correct?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So behind the camera, there had to be hundreds to 1,000.
Oh, yeah. Easy.
Wow. I wish they would have turned the camera around, because that would have been quite a spectacle. I do have video of the one in Calgary, ladies and gentlemen, but due to technical difficulties and things beyond my control, I'm going to have that for tomorrow. God damn it. I'm going to have it for tomorrow. All right. My editor is beautiful. I use DaVinci Resolve, and color-wise, it's an amazing program. But for some reason, it just lagged, like an MF, and I had to reboot, and it was like an hour-long process, and I just couldn't meet the. I just couldn't do it. There was no way I could get there.
There's no hard feelings.
No, but I was like, I was like this, what do they call the hurdles, in the Olympics, right? Like jumping every hurdle, trying to get to the finish line, and Usain Bolt beat me. So I will have that tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for you to peruse Not only that, but I have to do a good job at these things. You know, I can't just throw up video footage and let that be, right? So, so tomorrow we'll play that. I do have some footage that I can play from our Edmonton protest. I still have that here, I believe, and I can run a little bit of that. Today we have, let me check in on Pam. I thought I saw a love. Pam, are you there? Let us know you're there and that we are there and that we are working and that life is good. Okay? I hope you're staying warm and dry. That's for sure. So cool. So what do we got today, Chantal? We have a few things. I mean, we have the Heritage Fund. You've been digging in, you know, like rabbit holes that you actually have to search just to find the hole itself. But you found it. And we need to talk about that today because that affects everyone and could be a huge legal hinge after July 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that went live just last night
Mm,
and over the weekend. You didn't keep me on my leash because we didn't have anything to do on Friday other than the protest.
yeah.
So I've just been, hunting and pecking and plucking chickens all weekend.
That's you. That is you. Yeah. I mean, you know, do you want to? You've been. I looked on your page today. You have 1,800 members.
Yep.
Like that's ridiculous. You started what, a month ago?
The Facebook group went live on April 6th.
April, May, June. So okay, so almost 2 months. Okay, 2 months, 1,800 members. Now I'm not, I mean, I'm not bragging on you for that point. I'm saying that what you have created is so useful that within 2 months, people need what is on that page. You have done such a remarkable job in that sense that people can't stay away from what it is you're giving them.
Yeah.
Like I just went to your page about 2 hours ago to drop today's post for and I looked and I was like, holy shit, like 1,800. So, I mean, that's great because of what that means, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not including the people that haven't joined and are just kind of sitting there contemplating whether or not they want to.
Mm, mm.
Because I think that's up into the 800s.
People that haven't joined but are contemplating.
Well, that have come to the Facebook page and are just either coming to read, grab things, or checking to see what's going on.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah,
Well,
those are just people that are either engaging but don't want to hit the follow or the join button, which is fine. I ended up doing a poll at the end of last week to find out if people wanted me to switch the group to public or not, or to switch it from public to private.
right.
Because we had a lot of UCP supporters and a lot of bots that had shown up to kind of haggle the group. So in my infinite wisdom, I ended up putting the group to private.
Ah,
And it's a 3-day switch, so it takes 73 hours for it to totally switch over.
okay.
Well, John Auger, one of the major contributors to the group, ended up mentioning that our page is meant to be, or he sees it as a lighthouse for the community.
Okay.
And he wasn't in, he didn't want to see the page go from public to private because then it kind of makes us seem more like a bunker.
Okay.
So I understood that point, but of course I wasn't fast enough to hit the cancel to private.
Right.
So we are currently private, and more people are joining because they want to see what's going on. So it's kind of it's kind of nice to see all these people joining, which is good. But of course, it ends up increasing what I have to do on my end. So I have to okay every person that wants to join.
I know that's the problem with private, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are going back to public, just because it's supposed to be an archive page, right? Where people can come in, ask their questions. They don't have to commit to joining. I don't have any kind of prerequisite questions that people have to answer in order to join. So like I haven't set up anything like that. So we're looking at least 3 days to switch us back over to public,
Okay.
but it's in the works.
Hey, it's like a roller coaster ride, you know?
Yeah, but at least
Yeah.
we were able to, put out some of the fires that were starting to go, and got a lot of our members kind of settled, and
Yep.
that's kind of the whole point, right? Because this is supposed to be I wanted it to be a safer kind of area, but I never thought that it would turn into its own little community page.
Well, once again, I mean, uh, information is so key right now. And most of these pages that you see don't exist for the purpose of, capturing all of this material. They're just kind of, like if you want to get on there and bitch or you have some kind of information, that's great. But in a sense, and really by proxy, that page, because of the work that you continue to do and put up there, the whole thing is like an information hub, right? Where
Yeah.
where people know that they're going to get information, um, and and so I think they're coming for that reason. That people are speaking the mind and everything else, but this exists, I think, on one level above what most other pages are doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Which is the dissemination of information coming from one source primarily.
Yeah.
And I think that's why your pages hit so hard and why it's so vital. And people know that, right? You just know that intuitively, that when you go somewhere and you keep getting information, then that becomes a source of information.
Yeah.
So good job. Very good job.
Well, and I try not to answer people's questions just like, oh, well, here, this is what I know, and leave it at that. I try to make it so that the information that I've absorbed is accessible to everyone. So I will explain it in a way that matches the question being asked,
Right.
if that makes sense.
No, it totally
Like an
makes.
academic will ask a question completely different than somebody that needs the plain language breakdown.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there's different rabbit holes you can go down, right? I mean, number one is the, bitch fest rabbit hole where you can just kind of, apprehend what a person is saying and then just carry that ad infinitum. But your rabbit holes are informational rabbit holes, and once again, far more valuable than just bitching and complaining, because they're fact, and that's really at the end of the day what people want.
Yeah. Well, and they want to know where you got your source, right? Because if they need to look into it, they need to be able to trust the person that's telling them, which is one of the reasons why every document that I put out has a source index as to where I got my information from, so people can double check it.
Right. Which is key. I mean, in a world right now that is so full of bad information and distrust in institutions the way we are these days, having that source sourced and being able to, what's the word? Being able to verify everything is really, really important. What's the word? And so that is fantastic, and it's only adding credibility to your work and to this show when we discuss what we discuss. It's
Well,
going to
because
be
we just usually dive into all of the information that's already available. So it's
Exactly.
just another way for people to access the same information. It's just some people need it either audio or they want to hear it in a conversation. And that's what we usually do.
Right. For instance, there was this thing flying around this weekend you told me about, people saying that $200 is going to come back to them in some regard.
Yeah.
But can you explain that for the people out there?
Yep. So the government has been saying that they're going to be doing a $200 top up for people that are switching to ADAP. Now, people are under the impression that that phrasing that the government is using is going to be an extra $200 a month that they're going to be receiving because the $200 clawback is happening. Now, that is not the case. What the government is basically telling you, if you really boil it down and you get past the bureaucratic red tape BS that the government likes to shove down our throats, the clawback is not being calculated as part of your base AISH or ADAP income.
Right.
And that's the key. So the base income is 1940. And I know not everybody gets the 1940. It's not the same across the board. We're aware, but we're going by the actual factual numbers according to what's posted online, what's in the AISH handbook, what's in the ADAP handbook or the discussion guide. So that's where we're getting our numbers from, or I'm getting my numbers from. I say we because it's like I'm going to pretend that there's multiple people behind the scenes over here. So I don't feel so alone. So the base amount that we're getting right now, and that we've been getting for the last couple of months after the CDB clawback started, that is the amount that is going to stay until the end of 2027.
Right. Right.
So there is no extra $200 that the government's going to fork out. We are staying at the amount that we're getting right now.
Right.
Now, after 2027, and we start in the 2028 year, that's when we're going to lose an additional $200. Now, and I say additional $200 because that's what's realistically going to happen, because I factor in the $200 CDB clawback for everything. So when the 2027 to 2028 switch happens, that's going to be a $400 loss for people that are being transferred from AISH to ADAP. Right. Now, that is not including the cohabitation at 88%. So a lot of people are going to be seeing a greater reduction because of those, and we covered that on either Tuesday or Thursday last week.
Right. And the reduction is 88% for each person if you're both on AISH, right?
Yeah.
And then $400 each.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 8. And then whatever the 88% is, or the 12% minus, what is a rough estimate is how much people will be losing?
Let me pull that up right here. Because I kept it open for this specific reason. All right, so where is it here? That's under the current thing. So with the 88 cohabitation here. All right, so for AISH recipients, after the cohabitation rule, it'll be $17.07 and 20 cents. So that's a $232.80 monthly reduction. That's just for people that are staying on AISH. Now, the people that are transferring to ADAP, their unreduced base, right, is $17.40. After the 88% rule, it's coming down to $15.31 and 20 cents. So that's a $208.80 reduction.
Right. 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 So 15, and if you times that by 2, you're around $3,000 when, you know, your rent is probably upwards of 15 or greater per month.
Well, if we have 2 AISH recipients running through that 88% rule, their combined take-home income, not including each of them losing $200 from that CDB clawback. Okay, so that would automatically be, well, after July 1st, I think it is. It's going to be going up to $204 a month because of inflation.
Right.
So they're going to be losing $408 between the two of them.
Right.
But their base amount without any kind of deductions or clawbacks will be basically $3,400.
$3,400.
And that's for 2 AISH recipients.
And that's after clawback or before?
before.
Before clawback. So then what is it if you add the clawback?
You would be looking at $3,010, about $3,010 or $3,005.
Right, $3,000. So
Yeah.
that for when every other province is giving that extra $4 to its people, we're subtracting it from us, correct?
Yeah. Well, they're subtracting the whole $204.
Right. So you're getting
Yeah.
204 from every other province, and
Yeah.
you are losing not only 200 but that extra $4. They won't even give you the $4.
Yeah.
Those greedy fucking bastards.
And the reason why I say that a lot of people are losing that is because there is a majority, or there is a greater number of us that doesn't even have the Canadian disability benefit.
Right.
Whether it's because they don't have a doctor to finish the disability tax credit form,
Right.
whether it's a financial barrier that they can't afford to get that part of the form done. And you have to have the disability tax credit in order to get the Canadian disability benefit. And AISH announced in March that starting in April, they were going to claw it back regardless of if you got that benefit or not. So a lot of people are sitting here going, well, hey, you guys are stealing $200 from me that I'm not getting back.
Right.
Or that I'm not getting $200 to begin with because I was told that I'm only, getting $89 or $86.
Right.
But they're clawing back the whole 200.
Right. Right. Yeah, well, we're going to get into a little bit of that government chicanery today, and start looking at that loophole. I think that is actually quite significant. That once again you yourself found and uncovered and defined, and so why don't
and sent out to a bunch of people yesterday.
Oh, you did, huh?
Oh, I sent it to quite a few different offices.
Well, why don't we
I
get
think
in?
we deserve a straight answer.
Well, why don't we get into it? You go ahead. You take the reins on this one because this is your baby, and I found it very, very useful, especially in short order. It will become, I think, part of the whole thing. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the document that I sent out yesterday or last night, or maybe this morning, I don't know. I was up for 26 hours, so there was a lot going on. My brain kept on itching. So designed based on input, the consultation, the government says, shaped ADAP and the notice and resource system it produced for the people it says it consulted. All right, so on May 12th, the government of Alberta did three things on a single day. It made the regulation that defines the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, or ADAP. It published a fact sheet stating the program was thoughtfully designed based on input from Albertans with disabilities, and it began sending the letters that moved tens of thousands of people onto it. This brief sets the government's consultation claim beside the public record of the consultation it rests on. And beside the notice and recourse system the rollout actually delivered, it does not allege motive. It documents what the record shows and asks the government to answer for it. Because we haven't gotten any answers. And that's, it's like, hurry up and wait. So what this brief establishes, the government of Alberta says the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, ADAP, was designed with the input of the people it affects. This brief does not dispute that a consultation happened. It places two things on the record and asks the government to reconcile them. So first, the public record of that consultation, the page that documents it. The page that documents it was rewritten from an active portal into a look-back archive within 7 days of the consultation closing. So nothing in government takes 7 days to do. They can't even answer emails in that time. So had its survey end date quietly changed, then sat frozen on results currently under review for 206 days while the legislation those results were said to inform was tabled, passed, and funded. Nothing moves that fast, Gavin. So, and it has since been removed from public web archiving, and that's using the Wayback Machine. So second, what the rollout delivered to that same population, a transition communicated as automatic, an appeal window that closes without notice on July 2nd. A reassessment date the government cannot state consistently, and a front line that answers basic questions with wait. And I think everybody that's been phoning into the call centers for AISH and stuff like that, we're not getting any answers. We're just being told to wait till July 1st, which is a holiday, so July 2nd.
Right, exactly. So let's unpack that that thing that you found. So you're saying that that under AISH you can appeal anything, right?
Yes. You
Um,
can appeal anything that is decided regarding your file.
right. And so in this case, they sent out the those letters, transitional letters, May 12th.
Yeah.
It seems like for the majority anyway, May 12th. And
Well,
which,
because I think everybody's letters read May 12th. Everybody that's posted a picture of their letters online, everything says May 12th.
all right,
So they batch printed them and got them ready May 12th, but we didn't start getting them until the last week of May.
of May, all right, right.
So they sat on them for a week.
Uh, you think so? Yeah, yeah.
I think they sat on them
yeah, yeah,
because nobody started mentioning that they had received their letters or posting them online until the final week of May. And I know snail mail, I get it.
right.
But I could see it taking longer for people in rural Alberta
Yeah,
to get it.
yeah,
But in major cities and stuff, there's no way that it would take 7 days for us to start getting our letters.
right. And there is no postal strike or anything like that at the moment, right?
Nope.
So, right,
I know that some areas still have kind of rolling strikes, but that's again more rural and like smaller communities.
yeah. So, okay, so yeah, that that reads as a minor assumption as to whether they did or they didn't. But what I think what isn't an assumption is the fact that they were all sent out on May 12th, and the fact that we didn't receive them until the latter part of May only gives us ostensibly about a week and a half to 2 weeks in order uh, to file a complaint or
Well, that's where it gets tricky because of how the government has worded things. They're making everything seem like we have no ground to stand on. We can't appeal because we're not what is it? We've been transferred to ADAP, but we're still under AISH until the 2nd.
right, right. And so so for us to appeal, like I'm saying, would only constitute maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks in order to appeal. However, because it is our assumption that even though ADAP starts July 1st or 2nd, we tend toward capitulation when we receive the letters thinking, well, I guess I'm on ADAP now, when that's not the truth. The truth is you're still on AISH and you can appeal anything on AISH within 30 days. However, if you only have a week and a half to 2 weeks to petition that, then you don't have a month.
No.
And so have you been able to kind of hammer down on the legality of the fact that, number one, we do have recourse here. Number two, that we actually can appeal this because we're on AISH. Like, have you been able to ascertain that?
No, because nobody's giving us straight answers. The call center for ADAP hasn't been opened yet because ADAP essentially doesn't exist other than on paper until after the 1st.
Right, right.
Right. So we're not getting any answers there. The AISH call centers they've been told to tell people to wait, which seems fishy to me. Like,
Right.
they didn't have a lot of information when it came to the Canadian disability benefit and that you had to apply for the disability tax credit first,
Right.
right? So they're not exactly a source of or wealth of information because they're
Right.
not being trained properly on how to, answer real questions. But a lot of the, a lot of the regulations don't, like, for ADAP. So the fact that you don't have appeal rights, you don't have this, you don't have that, those don't take effect until after the 1st of July.
Uh-huh. Right. And by July 12th, well, no, because if we're moved,
Yeah.
so that's not true. June 12th.
Because they said that if there's a determination, right,
Mhm,
then
mhm.
you can appeal any determination on your file. Like, so any change that happens regarding your age, you can appeal that. But how they have it worded in these ridiculous letters is that by some unknown magical force, we've been, found to be transitioning to ADAP. Well, no, there was a determination made as to what box we fit in, and whoever it was that decided what those parameters were, or the person that decided that. Because these aren't magical letters.
Right. Right. Well, yeah, because the determination was made under AISH.
Yeah.
Right. And we don't know who made the determination. And we, I believe, have all right to know who that is or what
Mhm.
body that represents, right?
Yeah.
Like, was it doctors? Was it purely bureaucratic? Because here's another thing, too, that you and I discussed last night. For someone to get on AISH, there are a few metrics, and things that need to be um, ascertained and figured out. But the biggest reason that someone is on AISH is because their doctor said so, right?
Mhm.
And
Well, yeah, there was a medical determination and evidence in order to get us onto AISH.
right, and that probably constitutes the biggest marker of why we're on AISH, right?
Yeah.
So if that's true, it seems to me, and there is no evidence because we can't find anything, we have no information, but it seems that this transition is a purely bureaucratic political one.
Yeah. That's
So,
what it seems like more and more.
right, because no doctor is coming forward, to say, yeah, I screwed 80,000 people or 50,000 or whatever. I tried to screw
I don't know.
80.
I don't think I'd want a body count like that. That sounds like a hell of a lot of STIs and STDs, but
Right, yeah,
whatever floats their boat.
yeah. And that'd be a good time to fucking retire and move somewhere where nobody can find you. You know, but it seems to me that this was a purely political decision. And so another question, and I think a legal question, is can a bureaucratic body, a political body, make medical determinations when a medical doctor has already determined the outcome of that individual? Now, I don't know the answer to that.
I think the only way to get those answers is to speak to a lawyer.
Right. Right.
And I know that we've got a lot of people that are going that route. They want answers as to what it is that we can do. There's a lot of rumors going around, or a lot of information going around about a possible class action against our current government, in terms of all of the AISH recipients saying, okay, that's it, we've had enough. I'm totally for that. My information is usable on that avenue. I've been reached out to help it in collaboration of that. But again, we'd have to wait until after July 2nd, and it just doesn't make any sense, Gavin.
Right. Well, by July 2nd, it'll kind of be too late to make this argument, at least in the moment. It will have to be an ongoing legal battle to fight our argument that we have right now. And what's the date today? June 1st, right?
The first,
Yeah. So maybe we should put it out there to all the ladies and gentlemen in the chat that you still have until the 12th of June to file a what?
I don't want to tell people to do something that I don't know is 100% the right course of action.
Okay.
Just because of how they have it worded, right? Like, if I go by a technicality standpoint, we are all still AISH recipients.
Right.
Them changing our files through mystical intervention, that's not a thing. Somebody made a determination against our file to decide whether or not we stayed on AISH or we went to ADAP.
Right.
So I think because there was a determination made, even though nobody's telling us who the hell it is that's doing it, right? A determination was still made. To some degree, there was some kind of human input there.
Yeah, it wasn't in the ether. Somebody, even if they didn't come up with the protocol, they had to type it into something to say, how do I screw 80,000 people, enter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, so this is information that we require. I believe that we are legally able to procure. And,
well, I know that they should be answering our questions.
Right.
Which is why I sent out the email that I did yesterday. Or this morning at 4:30 a.m.
And
I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, no, I did sleep. I did. You and I were up till almost 4 o'clock in the morning, going back and forth with each other about what all this means, the implications of this. Yeah, it's another thing, and you're not going to get answers if you call AISH, because those people there don't really know their ass from a hole in the ground, and the only thing they're good at is being glib and shitty. Right, and distraction and obfuscation. So it's going to be hard to get those answers. I think that we are legally have a right to. Number one.
Like, I think my biggest concern is if I tell everybody, hey, now's the time to appeal, I don't want that to sound like it's a promise. That this is going to do anything. Now, we are part of a community that doesn't have the mental health fortitude to be able to handle another setback, to be beat down again, right? So I don't want to give everybody false hope in thinking that, hey, if I appeal, they're going to listen to me. There's no guarantee of that. And that would do more damage to the community than, possibly screwing us over if waiting until July 2nd.
Well, I think we can temper it, and I think we can preface it with saying that, we're two people on AISH. I'm a drummer, and Chantal is, amazing at everything she puts her hands to. But we are not professional lawyers. We're not professional politicians. So, but from what we can ascertain, it may be useful to push back on this before May 12th or June 12th. Sorry,
June 12th.
Yeah. June 12th. Yeah, I'm getting my months crossed. But we can't promise you that this is actually something defensible. But it seems that, from our assumptions, this is something that we need to take to a lawyer to have better disseminated, because, once again, you have to treat a population such as the AISH population with a different metric than you do the general public, because people understand less, right? They're cognitively, they have been assessed to be of a lower grade than the general public, obviously. And so in respect to that, information has to be understandable for that demographic. And so if it's either not understandable or not even granted, like if we don't have the information that, hey, you can appeal this up until the 12th of June, then that would constitute a legal action, I believe. So I think Chantal and I have been in, well, I've contacted or been in contact with lawyers around Calgary and people directly tied to the AISH system specifically. So I'm going to reach out to them a little bit more. And, once I can compile enough things like this one and numerous other things, then I think I might sit down with a lawyer and say, look, this is what we've got. And we don't believe that the government has a pot to piss in, because this whole thing was done bureaucratically, I think, certainly without the knowledge of the general AISH public.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that.
Well, that and it took them less than a week, Gavin, to go over all of their consultation information before they changed the site.
Right.
So I'm sorry, the government that we have in right now, they ask for a minimum of 30 days to reply to a fucking email.
Right.
So how in the hell did you go through consultation information that was meaningful and meaningfully gathered regarding the population that you guys are essentially going to, be screwing over in a week?
In a week. Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
No. I don't even think.
So they made that determination first.
Yeah.
That they knew exactly what they were going to roll out. And then the engagement page never mentioned Bill 12. It never mentioned anything, like nothing during that whole time that whole week there where, oh, well, we're going through all of the stuff and we'll get back to you. Really? And then they change it a week later, and then they don't update that engagement page for the entire, 206 days while they're rolling all of this new law and stuff out?
Yeah. I'm just reading a comment here. I think the statement the gentleman just made is incorrect. There are many academics in the community who are severely physically disabled. So can you tell me what I said that you're taking umbrage with? I don't. What was the incorrect statement?
The cognitive disabilities of people.
Oh, well, I'm saying that there are people within this demographic, this AISH demographic, that are cognitively
impaired. Yeah.
Impaired. So you have to work. So your information has to be for the least of these.
Yes.
Right. Meaning that it has to be understandable to them first. I'm not saying everybody on AISH is cognitively
impaired. No.
Impaired. I'm saying that for those who are cognitively impaired, that is who you need to write for. That is actually, I believe, legally binding. Yeah, you can't write over top of the least. Yeah, cool, Nicole. Yeah, that's all I meant. I didn't mean,
Yeah, we're not trying to put everybody into the same demographic, right? The disability community is very vast as to, it includes people that are born with disabilities, people that have physical impairments, people that have gotten hurt and, all of a sudden now they are disabled. There's such a medley of us.
Yeah. Yes.
So, but everything is supposed to be tailored so that the people that can't cognitively function at, let's say, a grade 12 academic level can still be engaged with in a meaningful way where they can understand what the hell's going on.
Right, and that's all I meant. For those who meet that lesser criteria, that is what the government has to write to that demographic first and foremost.
And they never have.
And they never have. Of course they haven't. But I believe that can be a legally challenge. You can legally challenge that. Number one.
Yeah, but that's how you stop people from fighting back, right? You make it all legalese and bureaucratic shorthand, and people don't understand what's going on.
Right. Yeah. And that's, that's subversion. The fact that they only, that it only took them a week to compile what should be, I don't know, 20,000 at least, um, references of people, giving their thoughts on AISH and this
Yep.
type of thing. Uh, and then completely wiping that off their website, right? So people didn't even know that there was an engagement process except what they told us there was.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, that, and I don't know how they advertised that they were, doing these surveys and stuff for engagement regarding the new ADAP program.
yeah,
Because
I
I
never,
don't think it would have been on the news, right? I know that Inclusion Alberta and a whole bunch of other advocacy kind of groups like that, they were aware of the engagement. But as for like the actual recipient, I don't think we had a really big advertisement of, hey, you can come and, say yes or no to this.
no, no, it wasn't readily available like a Flames game or an Oilers game.
Yeah, no.
Right. And of course, there's good reason for that. They certainly don't want to be challenged on anything, and they're going to hurry up where it benefits them, and are going to slow down where it could benefit us.
Yeah.
And we've just seen this over and over and over again. Um, and then the question becomes, what do we do about it? We're less than a month away now, or a month away
Yeah.
from 40 to 50,000 people falling off the cliff, and they're just going to keep pushing us up until January 2028, until they pushed everybody over the cliff.
Mhm.
And so the fight continues, but does the fight change? Do the mechanics of that look any different moving forward, do you think? Is now the
Well,
time to even
I
ask that
think
question?
I think once July 2nd hits, because of course Canada Day is on the 1st, so that's a holiday. Nothing's going to be open. The government's definitely not going to be sitting at their desks. I think once the transition happens, we're going to have a lot more on the legal front and a lot more people picking this up. But a lot of it, you have to wait up to a year to
Right.
file anything, because we need to know, or we need evidence or documentation about the real harm of this transfer, because people don't like using critical thinking. Which
Right.
really irks me, right?
Right.
Like you know what happens when you make it vicarious as to what your income is going to be. You know what happens when you take money away from somebody who only has a set amount that they're getting, or when you increase stress for somebody that already can't handle that kind of stress increase.
Right.
Like, critical thinking is something of the past, I think, Gavin, and it just drives me crazy. Like, we know what the damages are going to be. We know, we've already been seeing it.
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean,
And it's not going to get better.
no, no, of course not. And of course, it won't get better if nobody does anything. But, we're dealing with a public, whether they be of any class necessarily. The human species wants to be led, right? They want to follow because they don't understand the power they have. And so if they're, it's almost like you have to entertain them well enough, and you need to push them with all the right words and all the right verbiage, and somehow give them some form of entertainment that that makes them rise. And once again, historically, people don't move until it's their last option.
Yeah.
So a father of three, or a husband and wife of three kids, is not going to move on anything if they're still, paying their mortgage, and if they've got two cars, and, their kids are good, and they might lose their job if they speak up, and, that's not going to happen. you know, you and I talked last night, you know, people say that there's fuck you money, right? Like Elon Musk type money.
Yeah.
But better than fuck you money is fuck you poverty. Because there comes a point where it just no longer matters. There is nothing worse that anyone can do to you than what they're doing right now. And that's how I feel about this transition. That's why I acted on it, because they simply, it can't get much worse from here for me. And not only that, but how dare you put me through this kind of psychological torment when it already took me a year and a half just to jump through your fiery fucking hoops to get on this program. And now you're going to make me jump through fiery hoops with fucking lions that I got to fight at the other end, and a battle that is already pitted against me.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So this is why people don't move. And it is a shame because you and I are moving. We're doing everything we can. We're holding protests. You got your page. We got the podcast. We're at every event. I'm protesting twice a week in front of Calgary City Hall, except tomorrow because I ain't going out in this shit. But I'll be back Friday. We will be back Friday. And by we, I mean me and Pam. And that is really a sad fucking fact. I wish I had the video for today, and I'll explain why. And of course, it'll be tomorrow. I'll have it tomorrow. But one of the reasons is because we're protesting this shit, right? I also saw somebody post about how city council is standing with the disability community. And Jeremy Farkas is doing such a great job. Well, I'll fucking tell you what. I walked up to Jeremy Farkas at that award ceremony where he got that shoved up his ass. And I said, look, man, you know, we're out here actually doing the hard work, right? We're protesting, you know. You're not a celebrity to me, sorry. I think that sending a letter is just your job. It doesn't demand an award. Fixing the problem, maybe you get something in the mail, right? Maybe somebody will buy you a nice new ceiling fan. But that's all you get. You're a public fucking servant. Do your job. But anyway, this person praised what he had done. I waited around for him and I said, Jeremy, I just want 2 minutes of your time. And he did an interview with one of the TV stations, Global or something like that. And then walked right by me and said, I'm sorry, I'm too busy. I just don't have time for this. I said, Jeremy, I'm not looking for a Socratic dialogue here. I'm looking for 2 minutes of your time. That's it. And he's like, well, I'm so sorry. Things are busy. Well, Jesus is coming. Everybody's busy. I mean, you're fucking busier than I am. I don't think so. I don't think so. And you just received an award for helping the disabled community, and you just brush away a disabled individual wanting to ask you very simple questions for 2 minutes. You got the time. You got the time. Even if you step into the chamber late, you have a good fucking excuse. You can stand up in the chamber and say, I just talked to a disabled individual that made a lot of sense and gave me pause for thought and things I might want to put forward here today. That could have happened just as easily. So these people are not your friends. And here's the thing about the motivation of a society. There had to be 50 people out there to give him the award. 50 people standing around. Every politician was out there. I believe every alderman was there. They received the award. They got their pictures taken. 50 people hanging out, right? Disabled people giving him the award. And it's Pam and I protesting. 2 people. And you had 50 blowing smoke up the guy's ass. So we've really got our priorities wrong. We don't need to be praising our politicians. They are not celebrities, and even celebrity is a misnomer and a bunch of shit. And how do I know that? Because I was a celebrity for 30 fucking years. That's how I know that. It doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless. And so it's a matter of priorities. Doing the hard work is hard. Protesting is more difficult than clapping like a fucking seal for an idiot that writes a letter. That's easy.
Oh yeah. You know how many of those I've written?
Oh yeah.
Where's my award, Gavin?
Right, exactly. No, nothing, no soup for you.
That's okay.
Yeah, there is unfortunately nothing coming your way, at least at the moment. So this is the problem that we have with the proletariat, with the people, and it is a goddamn shame. Is there the element of the fact that government has made our lives busier and that inflation has determined that we need 3 jobs just to live a tired old existence? Yeah, that's a part of it too. But that's not the biggest part. The biggest part is we as human beings do not act unless it's big and shiny and we're going to gain from it, right? Well, I know I stand downtown and protest in front of City Hall, and yeah, I get the finger, I get that, I get
You're number one.
yeah, you're number one, and I get, well, you're number one too, you're number one in my book and in my hand, buddy. I get that. I get people, talking against, what we're doing, or getting angry that we just need to get a fucking job. And
oh, I see that comment all the time. It's like, oh my goodness, get some fresh stuff here.
Yeah, like who's your writer? Get a new writer.
Yeah.
Seriously. And I'll defeat these people within anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds, depending on how long they stick around. Like a guy came up to me on last Tuesday, and he kind of went like this to Pam, and I was like, oh well, yes, you do, please fuck off, right? And and I said, and he kind of stopped like he was offended. I'm like, well, don't be offended. You did that,
You started it.
Yeah, you started it, and I'm a human being. I have every right to give it back to you. And he said, well, you people, you just leading up the government. I've worked my entire life doing this and doing that, and and you people, just want to suck the teeth of the government. I'm like, well, number one, you suck the dick of government, obviously, because you're really working for them really hard right now. Number one. Number two, I have traveled the world. I played with Joan Rivers, Sweet, the Coaster Drifters, Platters, Bobby Arvon, the singer of Happy Days. I mean, I could go on and on and on. And listen, and I said, what the fuck did you do today? So if we're going to play that game, I'm not playing that game. I don't believe that I am anything special. But if you're going to play that game, I'll put you in your fucking place. Because if you want to talk about work done, I've done it. I have the awards to prove it. Right? So I don't like to play that game because I don't believe that's what we are based on as a species. But people want to play the game.
Yeah.
They want to assume that you haven't done anything in your life, that you're just a piece of shit, and that their lives have constituted so much greater than anything you've contributed to the world. And that is simply not true. And I won't play that card unless people play that card with me. And if 99 times out of 100, people can't compare just based on that. And the other 1% that could would immediately go, oh, fuck, dude, I didn't know you did all that shit. I've been here and I've done this. And then we'll get into a conversation. So the whole thing is defeated. And then I go back to humbly saying it doesn't fucking matter what I've done or who I am or what I've been. The only thing that matters is the fact that I am a human being granted respect and property and dignity from nature itself. That's it. and I no longer care about this dick measuring contest that people want to do. It's just, if we're going to measure, then we'll measure, and then we'll get back to the core issue, what really matters, which is the fact that you're a human and I'm a human, and we all, by nature itself, are entitled to good things in this world. And that is by nature. Property, dignity, respect, engagement, work, all of these things nature provides for us. And in a world like this, in capitalism, well, once again, if you're going to play the capitalism game, then you need to set the boundaries for people that don't do capitalism well, right? Who can't just rise out of this because of either physical or emotional, psychological damage. And that's why Peter Lougheed saw the need for that and put that into place. And now his son, who's the head over the what, Chantal?
He's head of the new Crown. What the heck is it called? Hang on. I want to get it right.
Sure.
Crown Corporation.
Right, the new Crown Corporation.
Yeah.
That is now, the Heritage Fund used to be government controlled, 100%. But now what they have done, and what that means is that, although it didn't fucking work anyway, but what that's supposed to mean is that the elected officials, you have to elect the officials who are therefore or then going to take over the management of the Heritage Fund, in which they've done a horrendous fucking job of. Anyway, but now they turned it into a Crown Corporation where the people that look over the Heritage Fund are not elected anymore. They're all buddies, oil and gas people. And so this is Peter Lougheed's son, now the head of this Crown Corporation, after his dad set up the Heritage Fund to take care of Albertans in antiquity. For not only your life, but and your kid's life, but your kid's life, and your kid's life. That's how much resources Alberta has. Not just in oil and gas either. In things like, was it lithium? I think somebody else talked about lithium. Billions of dollars in lithium. And so now we want to separate. But anyway, my point being that Peter Lougheed, I mean, if I were Peter Lougheed, I'd be haunting my son, in something like the Overlook Hotel. You know what I mean? In The Shining, and, kicking that guy's ass down the stairs. If my son ever fucking did that. Are you kidding? So they're basically, once again, they're going to steal the money from Albertans under this new Crown Corporation. And
they've dubbed it the Crown Corporation Heritage Fund Opportunities Corporation.
Opportunities. Well, you're right. And who's an opportunity for? Them.
All of our government.
Right, and the government.
The government that can't rein in their own spending.
Right, and now it's going to go to stakeholders and shareholders, I believe, under the Crown Corporation. So now it can be traded, right?
Yeah.
And this money should never be traded. It should be invested, but never traded, right? And now you're going to get stakeholders and shareholders that are going to make the majority of that money when that's Albertans' money. It was
that was the money for the people. That's why the whole fund was created, was because at some point in time, years down the future, Lougheed saw that at some point we're going to run out of oil sands. We're going to run out of our ability to do this oil and gas stuff. And instead of us all of a sudden having nothing left in Alberta, once our resources deplete, he decided to put it into a fund, and then our government gets to use that like their own private little piggy bank.
Right, but by the
time all their friends.
By the time we run out of oil and gas, we'll probably be onto nuclear fusion by then, and oil and gas will be a thing of the future. But we'll have saved all that money. And once again, what would the smart person do if we're heading toward new technologies? right? Why wouldn't we be leading that from Alberta itself, working on nuclear fusion and you know, and things like that? Peter Lougheed put in and through the Heritage Fund increased the education sector in Alberta. Right? He wanted to see people come into Alberta and work on things like nuclear fusion or, you know, maybe, you know, proper medicine and things like that. And I'm not blowing smoke up his ass, man. He had his problems, absolutely. But this is what he did do. He did two fucking good things, two valuable things. He put in AISH in 79 and the Heritage Fund, I believe, in 76. Those are two really important things that we are now being stripped of.
Yeah.
And stripped of to the point where even as we accrue money, we're losing our livelihoods on a program that Peter Lougheed set up into antiquity. So this is what we're fighting right now. I will say, Nicole, yeah. Yes, we all have value. Well, absolutely. And we don't all just have value. In a sense, we are all of equal value by nature. So, you know, I'm not saying equality of outcome because that is merit, and merit should exist on some level. But what I'm saying is equality of opportunity, where everyone gets the same opportunity, and those with less ability to take advantage of a system or understand things or something like that should be helped along, you know, with programs and things that, you know, Peter Lougheed would have put in to play, or any other good government might down the road, you know, to help these people achieve the goals that they have. It's very simple. This is not complex at all, right? And everyone has value. Everyone is of equal value according to natural law. And that's very important to ascertain. So when you stand in front of a politician or somebody you might want to otherwise celebritize, you can feel at par with that individual because your humanity is no different than theirs. Right? I mean, the peasants in the 1800s used to live longer than the king, because the king ate like shit, ate anything he wanted to, was a stinky fart bag of a mess, and died early. The peasants outlasted him because they knew how to eat. So why worship just a big bloviating sack of shit? I mean, we worship each other. We praise each other. And this is what we've lost. So I just wanted to speak to that comment, Nicole, and just kind of, you know, leveling the field. Yeah, well, there is no field to level when it comes to nature. The field is leveled. It is only by our interpretation that comes from self-interest, power, money, greed, things like this, that we start to elevate ourselves above others. And of course, we've done this since the dawn of man, really. And this is our shame. But I believe that we are moving into a new epoch, and that epoch is where we really understand that by nature we are all equal. That every person should have the same access of opportunity. This is, I think, how you fix the Indigenous problem, you know, or difficulties leading there. You're not going to solve anything with the Indigenous by putting we live on treaty land in an email. That does nothing for anybody. It's a virtue signal, and it's only an excuse for people to go, there, I did something. Look at me. No, no, no. What you do is you somehow get into the minds of the people the ethos that we are all, by nature, exactly the same. What makes us different or what makes us unique does not lessen that humanity. It just gives us certain strengths and other people their strengths, which therefore we can work together to create a better system. of doing things with community and, you know, a healthy form of the tribe and, you know, correct districting, closer proximity, art and commerce and philosophy and science um, and small business, all within your geography, within walking distance. I know that sounds 15-minute city, and in a sense it kind of is, but it isn't Davos 15-minute city. It's not the WEF 15-minute city. It's another thing, a completely free thing, and bringing us back into accountability. So before I go on and just do too much,
You're good.
you
My
know,
kids just got home.
accommodations and adaptations access, that's leveling the field. Yeah, no, sure. I mean, you know, the verbiage is fine. The verbiage is fine. Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. Of course, I'm just saying that you know, I guess we have to level the field, but the field was always level to begin with. It's only us that started building mounds to our ego and our narcissism, and um, we don't realize that by nature everything is level. And from there, are certain people going to excel? Yes, but not beyond the point in which they defeat the entire structure of a thing, right? So you can have a nicer chandelier in your house, but you don't get to be a billionaire to my zero, right? Because that will corrupt the space, and it will destroy the mechanism in which the circle of life, if you will, revolves, right? And this is what we see, and so I hope that makes sense. Hey Pam, good to see you. You were on the phone with the government. Well, not like that's going to be a 2-minute call. Although it will be once you get them. It'll be an hour and a half waiting for 2 minutes. Hope you're doing good, Pam. More tests next week. I get it. I get it, and my heart goes out to you. So Chantal, I mean, have we gone through this? What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's still lots to go through, but we're not running out of days. Not with how slow this government moves,
Well, that's very true. Um,
especially when it comes to moving in a positive direction.
right. Yeah, we've got a lot of work and to do, and this is what we're hoping the people in the chat and everybody that watches this podcast and is a sincere individual, the likes of Pam and Nicole, you know, actually start, you know, engaging to a level that is actually going to make the difference. I know Pam because I know Pam, and Pam stands with me every Tuesday and Friday, even if it's just the two of us, you know, holding up signs like "Don't be a glib asshole" or "an incurious bastard." And then we've got, you know, AISH-to-ADAP is killing the middle class. Lots of signs, lots of hijinks. And just to show you what privilege looks like, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about right here. Okay, there is there is privilege and heightened what? Well, I don't know, privilege. I mean, what else can I say? That is what we're talking about right there. That is what we're trying to get the air out of that balloon, right? Because that's all it is. It's just hot air, all of it. And I can speak to this because I was in a position similar to that for many years. And so, yeah, so that's what privilege looks like. And I think I'm going to take a minute just to show you, we had the Edmonton protest on the 22nd, right? 22nd. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah. And
You had me muted because my kids are coming up with their agendas and mom, it's like, oh my goodness, you guys.
oh, no, you You do you, for sure. But I'm going to share this. It's about 2 minutes long. But this is what went down in front of the legislature. Pam, myself, and another gentleman that I forget the name of at the moment, we went up, and so here, check it out.
We're going to raise our voices as loud as we can. We're going to get creative with the shit that comes out of our mouth, because it's all true, it's all real, it's all in real time, and it's all directed at asshole in there. Yes. So I welcome you. Hey, look at how many people are here. I don't know if these people here. Bam, bam. Okay, maybe not. They're entertained. Good for them. Because this is going to be entertaining. It's going to be big.
I've been on AISH for 18 years. I'm severe. I have multiple comorbidities, bad heart, bad lungs, everything. They took $220 off me for housing, and then they took off another $110. And I don't know what I'm going to do. I do not want to be homeless. I was homeless 5 times. I had a really bad drug and alcohol problem.
I spent the last few days editing what I believe could be an anthem for all of us standing here today, and for 80,000 people that aren't, that we hold in our hearts.
We are still here. We stand as one. We'll fight their lies until our work is done. Don't go quiet. Don't go quiet. Let them live what they have sown. They could never hide their shame. It is they who bear the blame.
They profit off of it.
So there we go. That is a little snippet of what went down in front of the legislature.
Do your chore.
And
then you can grab your switch.
and this is what we did.
McDonald's is coming.
Chantal, I can hear you, just so you know.
Oh, I'm talking to my eldest.
That's okay. That's okay. So that's what we were up to. It was the first time Chantal and I met. We'd been doing the podcast for almost a month, and that was the first time we actually got to see each other in real, in the flesh, as they say. And what a beautiful experience! And what a beautiful experience having 30 to 50 people out there. Edmonton seems to engage. It may be just their blue collar ethic instead of white collar Calgary, but they came out. And people shouted, people screamed. Can Man Dan was out there, great guy. Got to meet him. We did an interview with him a few days before, and just some really great, beautiful souls. No celebrities, people that give a shit about themselves first, and then actually care about other people as well. And that was purely evident to me, transcendent for me, and I believe transcendent for everyone that was there. And then at the end we had, what was that guy's name? The guy that swears a lot?
That was Tyrell. I think his name is Tyrell.
Okay, so Tyrell. Yeah, we had Tyrell. And Tyrell, he's got a mouth on him, but it's a good mouth. Mind you, he did have a lot of 4-letter expletives that day. I think he felt at liberty. But man, I mean, that guy was cogent. He was together. His thoughts transitioned seamlessly one into another, especially at the Edmonton protest there on the weekend. I listened to an excerpt, and he was amazing. Great flow, great passion. But it's because the guy believes. It's because he knows what he's talking about. And he is putting that forward to people that are encountering him. And I really felt him a breath of fresh air. And if you want to talk about a celebrity, that guy does good work. That guy does very good work. Sort of a master oratician, if you will. Oratician? Is that a word? It is now, ladies and gentlemen. It is now. So that is that. And now, I don't know. Do you have what else do you have there, Chantal?
Oh God, I've got so many questions showing up in the Facebook group right now. It's insane.
People, what's the
Oh,
general?
just lots of people asking for like specifics on their own numbers. So like whatever it is that they're bringing home a month, they want to know how that's going to change. So it's not hard to do the math on my end because I know what all the numbers are, and I'm trying to make it as transparent as I can so that people aren't going, oh my God, and thinking the worst. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Right. Yes.
Like I wouldn't downplay, anybody, I would never tell somebody, don't worry about it, because everything is worrisome right now. Because there's not enough information, and we don't have a lot of the information that we should at this point, especially with a month out.
Well, everything is so ambiguous. It's none of it is understandable. There is really no information. People are starting to freak out, and ladies and gentlemen, people in the chat. Hey, Linda, good to see you. They're all crooked, of course, of course they are. Yeah, the other guy is shit. He's from Shark Tank. He's that douchebag of a millionaire or billionaire that wants to basically take by eminent domain American homes and start building these AI centers, raping the world of resources and stealing people's property because that's the future. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. So, I would love to get a handle on what the chat is feeling at the moment. I mean, your input is as valuable, of course, as anything I could ever say, or Chantal, for that matter. We're a month away from this, and yeah, Kevin O'Leary, right? Thanks, Pam. And we're affected. Chantal and I were talking like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, I don't know, I was really nervous for the first time in a long time. Very anxious, sweating.
You got a lot going on.
Well, I got a lot going on, that's for sure. I do. But even so, this is starting to affect my psychology and my peace of mind. And I'm moving.
Maybe that's what I was picking up last night.
What?
Oh, my senses were going off, and it was like, hey, you should message Gavin.
Oh, well,
and I did, and then we ended up talking, right?
Well, yeah, yeah, and perhaps that is that intuition that only
intuition.
Yeah, that only a mother has, and a father knows nothing of. Yeah, for sure. But I was feeling it, ladies and gentlemen. I was feeling it very much last night, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not embarrassed to say it. I was really feeling something, really having to process what this was all meaning. And I would love to know how people feel about it in the chat. There's 6 of you, so why not let me know? Yeah.
Now, the email that I sent out this morning, I keep on wanting to say last night, this morning at 4:30 in the morning, I didn't share my email to the group, but I did end up making one that people could copy and paste and send out to everywhere. Because I figured, hey, let's start a fire, right? A proverbial fire in people's inboxes. So I just want to read my email out here. So to the Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services, Alberta Regional Offices for AISH and ADAP Engagement Office. So I write on behalf of the Alberta Disability System Breakdown to put something on the record that should not need saying. Disabled Albertans are phoning the AISH line for answers about the letters moving to ADAP, and no one there can give them, right? So not whether the move can be appealed, not when the reassessment window opens, and since your pages say June and your letters say July, not what no action or not what no action is required means for someone who wants to keep AISH, and not who decided any of it. The single answer on offer is wait. I hate that word. A system that cannot explain its own decisions and tells disabled people to wait through the gap it created is not merely disorganized, it is administrative negligence.
Well, that's something I picked up on. Can I just speak that real quick?
Yeah.
Was the fact that they said no action is required. Very interesting that they would use that type of language in this particular moment. You know, don't worry about it. Hey, we got your back. Nothing to see here.
I think it's because we can still appeal. That's what I think.
Yes, well, obviously they said it because there's something that we can do that they don't want us to do, and they're not telling us what that is, and we're figuring it out. But the other thing is they're going to tell you where you need to move and how high you need to jump when it's beneficial to them. So them saying, hey, nothing to see here, just move along, you're all good. When it's not good, once they got what they want, then they're going to say, okay, now jump. Now you got to jump. Here's a new letter. Here's something you got to do. And you're going to have to do that immediately. You see what I mean? So this is the luxury the government wants to have off of your back, you know, who some days you can't even make it out of bed. You know, this is how they're treating you. Your government is not that into you, and it's time to get your head around that. Go ahead, Chantal. I just...
So to pick up where I left off, it is administrative negligence, and the people absorbing it are the least able to. These letters arrive written above the level most adults can read, telling people no action is required, while an appeal window quietly closes on July 2nd, addressed to a population whose disabilities affect reading, memory, and focus. We are tired of being told to wait for our own undoing. People in this community are running on nothing, frightened and exhausted, and some are now naming medical assistance and dying as the way out they feel they are being pushed toward. Wait is the answer you are giving them. Attached is the plain language guide we wrote because your front line will not. Appeal or reassess. Know which one you need. We are asking you in writing to confirm whether the move to ADAP is appealable and whether the 30-day right survives until July 2nd. To state the real date reassessment opens and to instruct the AISH line to give callers accurate answers instead of wait. Answer the questions. People are deciding whether they can survive this on the strength of what you tell them, and right now you are telling them nothing. To the Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services and the ADAP Engagement Office, I write on behalf of the Alberta Disability System Breakdown to put something on the record that should not need saying. So this was all one email. So disabled Albertans are phoning the AISH line for answers about letters moving them to ADAP, and no one there can give them. Not whether the move can be appealed, not when the reassessment window opens, and since your page says June and your letters say July, not what no action is required means for someone who wants to keep AISH, not who decided any of it. The single answer on offer is wait. So a system that cannot explain its own decision, right? So it just kind of rehashes that. So where is it? Yeah, just answer the questions. Because I put all of the same email twice in there because I just wanted to send it to like one email was sent out to everybody. Yep. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because there were 92 that went out on Friday after I got home from the protest, and then there were what 57 that went out on Saturday, and then I sent out the one email, but it had eight recipients on it. So no, no, no more of this double speak bullshit. Just give it to me straight, Doc. Oh yeah, my kids are like really good at that. Hmm. Hmm. Yep.
And getting money out of politics also a good thing. Could you people hear me? I hope so. Ah, no voice. God damn it! I said that whole thing with my mic off. Oh my god. Oh my god! I just had a whole oratory there. Ah. Um.
What'd you turn your mic off for?
Well, because I didn't want you to echo, right?
Oh, gotcha.
So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just gave a grand oratory, that could have been spoken in the House of Versailles, and now nobody heard it. Suffice to say that your public servants are children. They're spoiled, rotten children that you have given too much money to, and they are now bloated and fat with their own ego, just like a child that was treated that way would be. And it's time that we start treating them the way that they're asking us to treat them, which is as little children. Okay, so I have a video coming out. I have the one tomorrow, which will just be, about certain things. But I'm also putting together a music video that is about that is a parody, but it is about the childlike nature and the asininity of government and the people who work therein. That's going to take a couple weeks because I want it par excellence. I want it, very well done, and so that's going to take some time. But this is where we're headed. This is where we're headed. This is what we need to do as a public now: is treat our public servants, which is all they are, as the children they are asking us to treat them like. And I used to tell my kids, I would say, you know, I don't treat you any way that I deem necessary. You tell me how you want to be treated. Right? So if you're doing bad shit, well, you're basically telling me, Dad, treat me this way. I need to be treated in this way. You know, if you're, you know, you're coming home and you're doing your homework and you're, you know what I mean? You got the dishes done and you're doing all, you're saying, Dad, hey, treat me in this way. You tell me, I don't tell you. I don't tell you how to act. And this is the thing, by treating the government like they're spoiled, rotten children, we have helped perpetuate their ego and their arrogance and their bloated bank accounts. And this is something that Chantal and I are working on, even in a public forum, out in the public, you know, to destroy, to dismantle this ego and childlike nature that the government has cloaked themselves with. And we are calling it out. I am calling it out. Chantal is calling it out. And we're thinking about running ourselves. So now, yes, no sound. I can hear Gavin now. Yeah. Hey, Maya, the Happy. What a name, huh? Oh, My at the Happy. It's either Maya the Happy or no, it's got to be Maya the Happy. That's a great name. And that's where we're headed, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to blow the doors off the legislature because we need to. The people need to take back control. That's all there is to it. And Chantal and I talked about what it means to engage. And we know that people are scared. We know they're frightened, but people are getting so scared and frightened that there's becoming no other recourse than to colloquially or in more metaphysical terms, storm the bastion and take the castle. It is our castle. We paid for it. The people paid for it, and you paid for it. It is your house. It is the house of the people. So that's what we're looking to do. And we start where we are, and we just get bigger from there. Yeah, Maya the Happy. Great name. Great name. Brendan, I hope you can hear me now. Did you see people taking the meeting? Did you see people taking? Yeah, no, I don't think you're allowed to watch that, Pam, but we know that there are people doing that. Chantal, I interrupted you again. Do you want to?
No, we're good. I was telling my son to get the door.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm kind of out of bitch mode. I think I exhausted my lung capacity for the moment. But why do you all, what do you all think out there? I mean, is this in the chat? I mean, how do you feel about this, about what's going on and about, what we're now a month away from incurring? I mean, like I said, last night, I had a moment, Chantal and I were on the phone like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I felt an anxiety that I hadn't felt in a long time come on me. Like I got hot, I got sweaty, almost like agoraphobic again, and man, not good. Believe me, not good. And, but I want to be honest about that. I want to be upfront about that and how I felt in that moment. And I know I'm going to feel that way coming up, through the entire month. And I'm moving. I have to move by the 10th as well into a place that, even though it's subsidized, is going to be harder to afford now and perhaps not even affordable. So that's where I'm at the moment, and it's causing me a level of panic I haven't felt in quite a while. So angry, it's eugenics. Yes, it is, Maya. And you are speaking Chantal's language there. They're not, oh yeah, they're not helping us, discussing that NDP are the only ones reaching out holding town halls. Why aren't UCP doing that? That says it all. Well, cool. Thanks, Brendan. Yes, the UCP are doing something, but I wouldn't hold, or sorry, the NDP are doing something. But I wouldn't hold your breath there either. I was at the protest on Friday, the union protest, about 1,000 people out there, and Nenshi was there, but he didn't have shit to say. As a matter of fact, I didn't even recognize him because I was filming in front of the speakers, and then I turned around, and I must have turned around for 10 minutes, and he was in the shot for 10 minutes, and I didn't even notice until I did notice. And he was just standing there glib as shit, just with a shit-eating, look on his face, and he didn't speak. I mean, these are politicians, and I get it, I will work with anyone to do good and no one to do evil. So if I had to work with Nenshi, I'd work with Nenshi in order to get a job done, and then he could go away. That's about as much use as I have for the guy, because I've met him as well. Before he became mayor, about a week before he became mayor, I met him at a party that he hosted, and not a cool dude, man. Not a good guy. And those are my only experiences with him. Nicole says, anxiety but confident I can be back on AISH. Good for you. I'm glad you feel confident, Nicole. I'm angry the government is like a schoolyard bully. I will go deeper into poverty if that's what's necessary to keep me well. Well, of course you will, because you'll have to do what you have to do. My credit card is maxed. I can't use it anymore. I'm paying on it, but my God, what a shitty fucking proposition that is. And of course you'll go into poverty. The whole thing is that you never need go into poverty because the Alberta government, the province of Alberta, has enough money for you never having to worry about that. All they have done is squandered that money, but there's still $30 billion in the Heritage Fund that can sufficiently take care of your needs, never needs to drop you $200, doesn't need a program like ADAP. The whole thing is useless, except for political gain, right? And perhaps the gain of America, right? Which I've spoke about before, which is the entire what do you call it, separation movement? Really, I think in a nutshell, the government is playing ball with the U.S. The separationists are down south of the border all the time, and interestingly enough, we are the fourth largest oil reserve in the world. You have Venezuela number 1, Saudi Arabia number 2, Iran number 3, and Alberta, a province, not a country, just the province itself, number 4 in oil reserves in the world. And you don't think Donald Trump wants that? And you don't think some money can be made there? Oh, hell yeah. Right? And look at what Trump just did in Venezuela. Took that country, took the oil. Saudi Arabia is on the petrodollar, so the U.S. doesn't have to worry about that. Everything's being sold in their currency anyway. And they have the petrodollar agreement. Iran, interestingly enough, is the 3rd largest oil reserve. And look at what just happened with Iran, right? And what's going on at the moment with the Strait of Hormuz and everything else. The U.S. wants the oil. And guess who's number 4? Alberta. That's what this whole thing is about. It's always about land, resources, material. But I don't think Donald Trump wants Alberta with the great H program that Peter Lougheed adopted in the late 70s. Trump is going, no way. We don't have programs like that. They just cut $1 trillion. The U.S. just cut $1 trillion in that big, beautiful bill. Once again, you think your politicians are children? What kind of name is the big, beautiful bill? Except something a child would come up with. He's just a child, right? But we're not going to take that. We're not going to take you guys if you guys got these beautiful programs. You get on the austerity train with the U.S. and we'll buy you out. How's that? That's my assumption. Thanks for the insight. You are more than welcome, Maya. More than welcome. I asked if the work programs they want us to attend are nothing more than UCP buddies. I ask if the work programs they want us to attend are nothing more than UCP buddies who they're funneling money to. So make cash program, padding friends' pockets off of our misery. Why can't that be a proper assumption? Whether it's their buddies or not, they are basically exploding the professional managerial class, which is all this shit is, all this how to build a resume. That's all it is. It's just make work for government and make work for you when you can't and you fail. They save the money. They give it to their friends or the NGOs or whatever, right? And this is the UCP, something that's against high levels of managerial systems, right? They don't believe in that. That's communism to them, right? So look who's being communist now. It's going to cost $46 million more a year for this new program, just in bureaucracy, just in people taking care of the ADAP program. 46 million taxpayer dollars more a year, right? So the UCP says we hate communism, but they don't mind managerial class. They don't mind that kind of thing. Sorry, I'm thinking of another word. Centralization, which is the bad part of communism. That's the bad part of communism. Marx's critique on capitalism is a good critique and has always stood the test of time and scrutiny. The bad part of communism is centralization and a managerial class, an explosive managerial class. So, yeah, no. Just like that ex-boyfriend or that ex-girlfriend, your government is just not that into you. And it took good friends of mine to tell me a few times, Gavin, she's just not that into you. And that is your government, ladies and gentlemen. Is there a call-in number one? Is there a call-in number one? Have a story about the States and a friend of mine. Yes, Maya, there is. What do you think, Chantal? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. But how did I do that last time? Okay. So give me 2 seconds. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking with me. I'm just going to grab that link very quickly, right? Right about here. Okay. Do you want to talk to the people for just a second? Ladies and gentlemen, I will say that, we're trying to give you the best information we can on, everything that we have. We don't know everything, and we would never be so arrogant as to say such. But we do have a lot of information, and that's why we're doing the podcast. We're not making money off the podcast. We don't ask a dime. We don't have the numbers where YouTube will, be generous to even a penny. We do this because we love ourselves first, and we know what that means, and we love you too. And we cannot be silent at this moment. It goes against my nature. I know it goes against Chantal's. But if you could like the chat or the podcast, share it to people that you feel may benefit from it, and subscribe. It doesn't cost you a cent to just hit the subscribe button. And this way I know it's getting to you people, and I know it's getting out there, and I would appreciate that. So Chantal, can you take over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to continue on there, that designed based on engagement. So whatever the consultation shaped, this is the notice and recourse system the government or the same government delivered to the same population. Each item below is drawn from the instruments themselves. So the appeal window closes on July 2nd without notice. A current AISH recipient retains the statutory right to appeal a director's decision on a 30-day clock that runs from a notice of decision, which I want to remind everybody, they're not saying that a decision was made. They're just saying that it's automatic transition. So that's why I'm trying to get them to slip up and use the word decision, stating that right. So the ministerial order was filed as AR 87, 2026, expands the list of decisions exempt from appeal to include the core determination. Whether a person's disability permanently prevents employment and comes into force July 2nd, 2006. So the only window to contest the move as an AISH decision is open now and shuts on July 2nd. That's how I'm interpreting it. The letters communicating the move are styled automatic and no action is required, and tell recipients nothing about the window or its closing date. So the reassessment date contradicts itself. The route to keep AISH is reassessment. The government's own program pages have stated it opens in June 2026. The transition letters say it begins in July. Recipients cannot act on a date the government has not settled. So no action is required is misleading for anyone who wants to keep AISH. For a recipient who wishes to remain on AISH, action is precisely what is required. A reassessment application and an appeal clock may be running. A phase that reads as do nothing is for that recipient the opposite of accurate. So the front line cannot answer. Recipients calling the AISH line to ask whether the move is appealable when reassessment opens, what no action is required means, and who made the determination are told to wait until the program launches. A benefits administrator that cannot state to the people it is moving what their rights are and when they expire has not met the duty to inform. So the determination has no visible author. The streamed determination that a person belongs in ADAP rather than AISH is under AR 96, 2026, a director's decision. It is communicated as automatic and the letters are signed sincerely assured income for the severely handicapped program with no name, title, or delegated authority. This question is set out in full in the companion brief, who made the determination? So who this lands on, eligibility for AISH and ADAP requires, by the government's own definition, a severe impairment of mental or physical functioning. For a large share of recipients, that includes conditions affecting reading, memory, attention, and the executive function required to track deadlines and manage paperwork. The letters that carry this transition are written in formal, dense language. They call a benefit change automatic. They say no action is required. And they say nothing about a recourse window or the date it closes. The effect is not entirely distributed. A hidden 30-day clock inside a window that shuts on the day the new program begins is a deadline that the people least equipped to detect it are the most likely to miss. Whatever the intent, the design places the heaviest consequence, the silent loss of the right to contest on the recipients least able to protect themselves against it. A notice truly built for this population would say in plain words that a window exists and the exact date it ends. These letters do the opposite. Now, this document was sent to a lot of people this morning at 4:30. So I'm hoping that this kind of forces some answers. So what the record establishes and what we ask, the government had a multi-year window and says it built ADAP on the community's input. The public record of that input was written after the fact, frozen through the legislative period it was said to inform, and removed from independent archiving on May 12, 2026. The program was codified, justified as inputted or input designed and imposed in a single day. The notice and recourse system delivered to the consulted population leaves it unable to learn in time what its rights are or when they expire. So the we did not know defense is not available to a government that ran the consultation, drafted the regulation, and printed the letters. We are not alleging motive. We are documenting a record and asking it to be answered. So what we ask the government to in writing, state whether the AISH-to-ADAP move is an appealable director's decision, and whether the 30-day right to contest it survives until July 2nd. Number 2, state the single settled date on which the reassessment route to keep AISH opens. Direct the AISH line to give callers accurate information about appeal and reassessment, not just wait. Number 4, issue a plain language notice to every recipient stating whether a recourse window exists and the exact date it closes. And number 5, restore the engagement page to public archiving and publish the consultation results and how they shaped or did not shape the program's design. I think that's fair. And I do. I think it's fair. We need answers.
Well, yeah. I mean, all is fair when it comes to the government and what we don't have right now, and what we need. I mean, you know, fair or not, it's necessary, and it's the only job they have.
Yeah.
Right. So, but they can't get their shit together because it's beneficial for them not to have their shit together. And once again, I mean, when are we going to call that out? When are we going to call a spade, ladies and gentlemen? When are we going to just have enough and say, we're not paying another fucking dime in taxes until you do for the people?
We don't pay taxes already, but you know.
Well, sure, us, but everybody else, right? Because your government just doesn't do this to us, although it's doing it to us in real time at the moment. It does this on a daily basis to every Albertan. And when are we going to have enough of that? When is enough enough? It's a question that I guess is so personal that nobody can answer it. You know, well, I got kids, Gavin. You know, I got kids. You know, I can't just act. You know, Gavin, I can't do that. You know, I got a job, man. You know, I got a job. You know, like when do we just act? When do we just act? Yeah. Maya, are you still there? Let me know if you're still there. All right. I have the link, and I'm going to put the link in the chat. Now, if y'all could do me a solid and not everybody try to call in at once you see it, because if you do, you're probably going to crash my computer and I won't be able to get you all on, and I actually don't know what is going to happen if that happens. Like, I have no clue.
You can turn my camera off while she's on.
Well, no, that's cool. I want you, but we can only have like one person in at a time. Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, is everybody going to be talking at once? Like, are you all coming in at once? I don't know what that is. So just let Maya do her thing, and then we can do it. Can you call on the phone? No, because, well, yes, but I have to get the link to you. So you could call on your phone. Of course you could, but I have to get the link to you. That's the thing, right? So ladies and gentlemen, please.
Hang on, let me get her the campaign email address. She can shoot me an email and we can send it that way.
Okay, cool. Okay, good.
Right? Because then at least then it's direct and we don't have to worry about having a whole bunch of people from the chat trying to join all at once.
Yeah, I just
So
don't know.
this is the campaign email.
Okay. Okay, I don't know what's going to happen if everybody joined in at once. You know, I mean, my shit could just explode. And that'd be it. That'd be the end.
That sounds like a mess.
Yeah, that would be a mess. Man, I just felt another, heat. Men don't get menopause, do they? But whew, I'll tell you, that's a spicy meatball. So, okay, well, we'll get that happening for you, Maya. And you got the link, right, Chantal? Right? Yep. Yep. Chantal's got the link.
Did you message it to me?
I did.
Or
yep.
is it just my link?
It's the messenger. It's the same link.
Okay.
Yep. So okay, we'll get you in a second. You can we can chat about whatever's on your mind. We do have another breakdown of sorts in terms of the Heritage Fund. We can get into that, but maybe let's see if we can get Maya in here first. We're going to be talking about what the government makes choices on. What's the most important thing to the government when it comes to something like the Heritage Fund, and does it include you? And spoiler alert, it doesn't. So we'll get into that. But let's see what happens.
I'm watching my YouTube.
Yeah, with Maya here. Let's see. Is she? Let me see. Let me have a look. Because I think she's going to jump right in as soon as she gets on. So no muss, no fuss. There. Okay, cool. So Maya, if you do that sooner rather than later, that'd be big vote of confidence for the show, keeping everything rolling, no dead air. And what about everybody else? Pam, you're saying neuropathy, high blood pressure, depression, anxiety, stress, lymphedema, thyroid cancer, thyroid gland is getting bigger. Well, yeah, I mean, we know you got stuff going on, my girl, and we know that, that along with your issues, which are legion and multitudinous, there are other people out there suffering in their own unique way, but to no less of an extent. And man, I mean, we're out there pushing, well, we're in here pushing for 80,000 people, because we believe in people, and we believe in access to opportunity, man. And you ain't going to be able to opportune anything. I mean, I have a desire to kind of get into perfumery, but I can't invest in shit. I mean, I want to use some high-end material, oud wood and oak moss and stuff like that. It's not cheap, but it's not ridiculous either. And I could sell this perfume at a reasonable price, but I can't get started, right? And that could get me off of AISH altogether, but they don't give a shit. They want you poor. They want you poor. That's the best place for you. In debt, poor, or dead. What can I say? So yeah. So Maya, let me see. Are you?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the
Oh, you're
email.
waiting. Okay, cool. Thanks, Chantal. So we're waiting for Maya to come in. So, just waiting for the email address so I can send you a message to get the link.
Oh, I posted it in the comments there. So it's Alberta Disability Breakdown at outlook.com.
Okay. Yeah, Nicole. Yeah, I mean, I wear quite high-end perfumery at the moment, but it's so expensive. Like, I won't even get into how expensive it is. And then I realized that all of these natural elements are available to the public, and the aroma chemicals are also, like narimbinol and what else? Oh shit, I'm gonna forget all the names. Silvamber, all of these chemicals are available on the market, and And so I've made my own booster so far, no fragrance, but a booster for the fragrances I have, and it kicks major dookie. And so I'm thinking, well, shit, what is it just to start adding natural elements? But I don't want to, I digress. This isn't about me, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make my perfume podcast about that. So yeah, it's going to be pretty cool, I think. Regardless, yeah, okay. So we have Maya coming in any moment now, and Pam saying anything else? Does Pam have to say? Doing it to seniors? They're doing it to everybody, Pam. They're doing it to everybody. Even people that hit 60. I heard they're moving to ADAP. Even people over 60 at the moment, they're moving to ADAP. So, so they're not even staying true to their word. It would seem like to me.
They've got people that are actively under contract with PDD that are being transferred to ADAP.
And that too, right? So that is another, I mean, that's a legal battle right there. Because of what they've already determined, and these people who are over 60 or PDD or the other two markers.
Palliative and in a care home.
Right. Those cohorts that are getting these transition letters need to action that immediately. I think even legal aid, as shitty as they are, could probably fight this one. It's pretty simple. The letter says, and this is what you did. Yeah.
Link sent. Link sent.
What's that?
I just sent the link, so she should be in pretty quick.
Oh, good. Yeah, and Dennis, your friend, Pam, is over 60, and they're doing it to him. So, yeah, sorry, I'm burning time here just to get Maya, the Happyan. I will mention that if anyone else wants to come on the podcast, if you have something on your mind,
no fighting. Finish your chore.
Can absolutely
so
do
get
that.
Your switch.
And you can. We'll send you the link. It'll be easier, I think, this time. We can send you a link, and you can come in and chat. It is an open chat scenario concept, and we want to hear from you.
Yeah.
This isn't about Chantal and I. We did this podcast for you. So anybody that wants to come in, let us know. And we will get you in immediately, quicker than we are Maya, obviously.
Well, I think what we'll have to do next time for the podcast is we'll put the campaign email address in the video description so that if people want to join, they can email it right away.
Oh, that's a hell of an idea.
Just a thought.
Right. That's a hell of an idea. Okay. Love it. Love it. Maya, get in here and we'll go. Maya, sorry this thing is taking forever. That's okay. Take your time. Take your time. I'm going to move on to another subject, and when you get in, we will turn our focus to you. So the Heritage Fund is a record of choices. The government has choices that it makes regarding the Heritage Fund that, although at $30 billion, which seems like a lot of money, pales in comparison to the 15th largest oil reserve, Norway, which has $1.7 trillion. Okay? And the difference between 30 billion and 1.7 trillion is about 1.7 trillion. So we have done a horrible job at using and saving and investing our Heritage Fund, and we don't even know where that money went. We only have the verbiage, the verbal diarrhea that says that that this is going to lesser taxes and maybe infrastructure, but we can't even ascertain that, so we don't know. It's a lot of mouth and not a lot of facts that we have. So what the government's own numbers show about a province that built, protected, and grew a savings fund in the same years it cut the disability floor beneath 79,290 Albertans. This is what's happening right now. This is an updated record of the Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund, current to the government's most recent published figures. It does not claim that billions are sitting idle that could simply be spent on disability income. It documents something harder to answer, that the same government in the same window chose to deposit billions into the fund, retain every dollar of its earnings, build a new crown corporation to govern it, and reaffirm a $250 billion target while moving 79,290 disabled Albertans onto a lower benefit. Okay, so at the same time that they have just made, I believe in one quarter, the 250 billion is the target.
Projected number for 2050.
Right. And the other number, what is that? The 380 million?
383, yeah.
383 million is what they made in one quarter. Okay? So what they're doing.
So in 3 months.
So in 1 quarter, in 3 months, what they've accrued into the Heritage Fund is $383 million, okay? Not a piss in the bucket, but not also on par with something that Norway did with less oil and more people, okay? So there's still something going on there. Now, putting that into the fund, of course, that's where it should go. It needs to go into that fund. However, at $30 billion, rising every day, and especially, we just had the Minister of Finance come out, or the old Minister of Finance, and say that we are going to be in a deficit for the next few quarters.
Yeah, because of government spending.
Because of government spending. That's a problem. And that's what he said. But they also said that that was tied to oil and gas revenue. So they're actually going to have to take money out of the Heritage Fund, and they're not going to be able to replace it. However, that's bullshit based on their metric, okay? So their metric is that oil is going to be sold for $55 a barrel, $50 to $55 a barrel. But there is no way, with the Straits of Hormuz closed, number one, and with the fact that we've actually made more in the last few months since the Iran debacle, that our oil per barrel has risen to anywhere between $75 and $90. At $75, you're pretty much breaking even. At $90, you have a surplus of money that could go in. So your fucking finance minister is lying to you. All right? That's what we can ascertain, and this should really piss you off. This should really piss you off. Well, we have this from Maya. Thank you, Maya. It won't let me join, guys. I need to download Zoom, but I can't do it on my phone right now. Okay, if you can't do it right now, that's cool. We'll try again the next time.
We'll get you in tomorrow. We'll be on tomorrow again.
We'll be on tomorrow. Hey, you can do it tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've got the email address for her, so we'll be able to send her the link right away.
Right, yeah. It will be no muss, no fuss right there. And you could join probably within seconds this time. So Chantal and I figured that out in real time, right on the podcast. So good for us. And good for you, Maya. We look forward to hearing from you tomorrow, okay? And we will hold that in escrow for you. So, do you mind if I go with this, Chantal?
Yeah, go ahead.
I had to do something. So, like I said, the finance minister himself is lying to you directly about what the actual price of oil per barrel looks like it's going to be. It's not going to be around $55. It's going to be 75 to 90. And this is where he gets you to freak out. Oh my God, no, we need to get rid of AISH. Because we're even, without AISH, we're going to be dipping into our beloved Heritage Fund, when most people don't even know we have a Heritage Fund, for God's sake. right? And for those of you that do, no, you're freaking out for nothing, because with oil prices the way they are, especially Alberta oil, right? And Alberta oil is not so dissimilar from Argentinian oil, which is heavier oil, okay? It has nothing to do with processing. It has nothing to do with port access or not port access. Those are very minor hurdles and do not affect the Heritage Fund or the supply of oil and gas that much, okay? Of course, it's better to have pipelines, and we're working on that. But the whole thing is a lie. So, the central finding. Chantal, I'll do some and you do some, okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
I just have to open it. Because I try to leave the Heritage Fund stuff to you.
Oh, I know, but I seem to be, you know, I'm just all verbal diarrhea today. I want you to jump in here. That's why I was looking forward to Maya. I was like, hey, Maya, come in here. Shut me up. The central finding. This is a record of Alberta Heritage Saving Trust Fund. Updated to the government's most recent published figures. It does not argue that money in the fund. Okay, so we went through that. It is a record of choices. In the same years the government clawed back and restructured disability income, it chose to deposit billions into the Heritage Fund to keep the law that lets the fund retain every dollar it earns to build a new crown corporation to government and reaffirm a target of $250 billion by 2050. And $250 billion, I know that sounds like a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen, but by 2050, we should be closer to $1 trillion. Not 250 billion. So there again, the government is not putting in the money that it otherwise could put into the Heritage Fund to accrue interest and what do you call it? Investment. Right. So it's doing that to a far lesser extent than a lesser country like Norway did it. And they could be doing much better than 250 billion. Now, the fact that they're putting the money in there, I do not see as a problem. That's where excess oil revenue goes, right? Because that accrues interest, and it also is investment in investments all over the world, okay? And this grows the fund. That's why it should absolutely be more than $250 billion. Those are not the decisions of a province that cannot afford its disability residents. They are the decisions of a province that prioritizes otherwise. So, yes and no. If the money goes in there, that's fine. But where's the money spent after the fact? That's the question.
And these are the receipts that aren't being kept transparent with the public.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So the fund today, these are the government's own numbers from its quarterly report for 25-26. The annual report carrying the March 31st, 2026 value had not yet been published. Okay, so fair value of net financial assets, $31.9 billion. Growth in third quarter, $383 million. Fiscal year-to-date return, 7.7%. Not bad. Could be better, but not bad. Not bad. That's not in the red, ladies and gentlemen. That's in the black. Why? Because we have resources. Simple. Simple. You take them out of the ground, you sell them, boom. That's it. 5-year annualized return. Oh, sorry. Value 1 year earlier, $27.7 billion. So we rose by $4 billion. 4.7. Good for us, right? That's good. That's good. The game ain't over yet. 5-year annualized return, 9.6% for 2025. That's good. Government's stated target for the fund by 2050, $250 billion. That's really, to me, that's a piss in the bucket. Is it good? Yes. Is it where it should be? No. No, not with the fourth largest oil reserve in the world, and Norway beating us by $1 trillion. That is nothing. The fund grew 383 million in the first quarter since blah, blah, blah. The government has also kept in place the rule that all fund investment earnings are retained and reinvested rather than spent. Well, yes, but some of it is spent. So the question is, where is it spent? And the question is if, okay, because here's the thing. The money is spent, whether it's spent on infrastructure or lowering your taxes, which is really kind of it's petty because the amount of your taxes are going to be lowered, I would hazard to guess off the top of my head, mind you, those taxes are not going to meet inflation.
No.
Right? Your cutting taxes is never going to meet the exploding inflation. So once again, it's a government talking point. We're going to cut your taxes, right? What did George Bush say? No new taxes, right? And as soon as he got in, new taxes immediately, right? Cutting your taxes does not help in the way that you think it does. But here's what Alaska did last year. Alaska, the 25th country in oil reserves, gave each of their citizens, so a family of 4, received around $6,500 for that year US. That's around 9,000 Canadian in 1 year. Now, they've been doing it every year, and some years are better than others. But every year, they did something, okay? So the question is, where the hell's your money, middle class? And the answer is, you don't have it, okay? Because that's how much your government loves you. Oh, Maya got it working. Okay, Maya got it working.
Awesome.
So do you see her?
Not yet.
Okay. So if you got it working, Maya, you should be able to really just jump right in, I think, at least into Zoom. I don't have to do anything on my end. Hey, there she is. Oh, nice. There you are.
Hold on, I just got to turn off YouTube here. Oh,
Yeah.
good. I see you guys now.
Yeah, good. Thank you for doing that.
Well, pleased to meet you guys. It's nice. I'm on the web or on Facebook, so I follow the page.
Oh,
So,
fantastic.
yeah.
Now, I just want to make sure. See, she's frozen.
Oh, am I?
No, Chantal is
Oh.
frozen, which probably means, so just let me go back to Zoom for a second. And let me
She's not
do
It's
it.
probably because I hit my router and it's recalibrating right now, so I'm on
Oh.
5G. So that's probably what the problem is.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Well, let me see. If I stay there and I minimize this. Okay, so Chantal's there. Maya, can you say something?
Hello.
There. Okay,
How
good.
are you?
Good. Now
Okay.
you guys will switch back and forth. And my apologies to the viewing audience, but that's the way it is for now until I figure it out. Nice green screen, Maya.
Yeah, my house is a mess. So
That's okay.
I was like, oh, good. I can put San Francisco on there. It
No,
looks
very
better,
Golden
so-
Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. So you said in the chat that you had a story to tell.
Yeah, I did.
And
About
I'm very
the
curious.
States.
Yeah, go ahead.
Around the same time that I was sick, I met a friend from Michigan. She had nearly the same disease that I have. And I can't remember if I just got on AISH or if I was still on barriers to full employment. But we were talking about like how different the programs are between Canada and America. So in Michigan, what happened was when she was younger, she went on welfare there, and it's a one and done deal. If you're sick later on, too bad. You're not allowed to get onto welfare ever again. So she ended up, she lost her home, which was a trailer in a trailer park. She couldn't pay the rent. She didn't know what to do. She had a disease that she was allergic to everything suddenly. So she took off. She had a van left. So she had dogs. So she took off in her van. And she basically just went around trying to find help from different organizations. She'd stay with a church and then they'd say, move along. One church wouldn't help her at all. And down there, the way it works with the hospital is you need an HMO. So if your HMO is taken at that specific hospital, you have to go to that hospital. You can't just go to any hospital there. So she ended up getting blood clots, but she still was kicked out. They'd say, no, your HMO is only good for a few days here. And then they move her along. So she was driving around Michigan looking for a hospital that would admit her to treat her blood clot disorder. And at the same time, she got a pro bono lawyer because she had filed paperwork to try to get federal funding for disability, and they denied her claim.
Wow.
So she had to get a pro bono lawyer to work on her case to try to get her on disability. The only way she was living was through donations. And at the time I was telling her, because like, you know, how the border crossers were coming in. And I told her, why don't you take your van and just run the border? Come on up to Canada, you know?
Right.
And she said, I can't do it. I can't do it. Like they won't let me across, right? So finally she found a government housing thing. But at the same time, I gotta say, Trumpers was elected, and she's like, yay, he claimed he's gonna help us out. Well, she gets into this government housing that she still has to pay $50 a month. It's not free. And so she's living on donation. People are like donating what they can to her to keep her going. And here at the same time, she got her SNAP benefits cut, which is the government program down there. They have SNAP benefits for low income people. They can use this card and go buy food.
Right.
And they cut it down $200, and she was just shocked. And she said, I voted for this Trump guy, and he claimed he's going to help us. And this is the thanks I get, is he cuts down everybody's SNAP benefits after. So she was living on a can of beans a day and whatever else donation. She couldn't afford to go buy anything fresh. And so it was really upsetting, because like I was comparing our social programs, telling her what we do and how they treat us. And at least we get to go on welfare, even if we were on welfare before, right? Because when I got sick, I had worked all my life. I had been on welfare when I was really young, trying to get a job, right? But this was in BC. I moved back to Alberta. I got a job and I worked my butt off for years. And then all of a sudden I started getting sick. And it was within a month I was pulled off work and told, well, we have to start trying you on different medications, because I finally got this diagnosis. And I don't know if I should say what it is, but my body was basically just eating itself. It's a disease that just attacks you continuously. It's like a lupus, but it's kind of like an autoimmune cancer, basically, right? So they put me on barriers to full employment. And I was going to say, like, getting away from the States story, I don't get how now they're expecting me to go back to work when I was on barriers to full employment and I didn't have to look for work on the welfare system, right? So now I got to work on ADAP, but I can't even leave the house in the wintertime. Like, it's crazy. So anyway, back to the state story now.
Chantal has some information on that, I think. And yeah, go ahead, but she'll share that with you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was just shocking, like how they were treating the people down there who are sick and ill. Like, that's why their homeless population's insane.
Yeah.
You know, because once you're sick, you're like, screw you guys, right? I don't know if I can say that on air, but
yeah, you can say fuck those.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So you can say whatever you'd like. This is a public platform, so everybody can say what they want.
Exactly.
Okay. So anyway, I was just like, so finally she drove across to a hospital that finally took her. And they said to her, we're going to try you on this new pill, but the problem is it can cause massive heart attacks. And she said, you know, what else do I have? I have no choice, right? And sure enough, within hours of taking that first dose of that pill, she had a massive heart attack and died.
Oh,
and that was the day after my birthday. And she was a good friend of mine. But so her struggle was just insane. And if Danielle, I call her Danielle because she's Trumpers 2.0, right? If she brings in any of that garbage to us, like, we're in real trouble. Because like people say, oh, we want to join the States. I've never lived in the States, but I have friends down there, and I'll tell you, I don't want to ever join the States. You're destitute if you're destitute. There's no helping hands. They leave it all up to the charities, and that's what these UCP are doing, you know? And then they cut the funding for these programs too, from what I've been hearing, that all of a sudden this is closing down in the center in Calgary for disabled people. So, you know, it's very sad. But yeah, so she died, and that was the end of her story. But you know, I was just so thankful at the time to at least have being on like various full employment. And then I fought to get on AISH. I mean, it was a nightmare. I had my doctor was so fed up. She's from, well, she left, but she was from a different country, and she said, you know, in my country, if you're sick, they let you right on. No problem. Like, okay, you're ill, let's work with you and see what you can do. But you know, so I was constantly, I can't remember if I appealed 2 or 3 times, and then finally I went before the citizen panel, and that's, they finally saw me, and I had, okay, this is another thing, if you guys are trying to get on, take a pamphlet with you of your disease. And I took a pamphlet from the doctor's office, and I said, do you know what I have? And they said, well, arthritis type deal. And I said, no, this is what I have. And I gave them the pamphlet, and then I run it down from, I printed off online from the Mayo Clinic about what this is. And then after that, they were like, oh, okay, we understand now. And in that it said it's incurable. It's just going to be with you until the day you pass on. And so, yeah, but no, I just wanted to share about the state story, because it is really, you know, if you don't have the right connections or the money, then you're really in big trouble, right? Yeah. So anyway, did you want to add anything then,
Well,
Chantal? Or?
You know, if I could just, I mean, number one, that, like, wow, right? Like,
Yeah.
what a story. That's, you know, that's something, you know, when you said she died, you know, then you just pause. How long ago was this?
Gosh, it was just before COVID hit.
Just before
so
COVID.
2019, no, January of 2020, she passed away.
January, right. So, you know, I lived in the States for 3 years in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
Yeah. And I went to the doctor once. I had like a cyst on my chest. And, you know, I was like 25, mid 20s anyway. And it cost me $500
Wow.
just to have this cyst, you know, removed. And the way the doctor did it was he just stood up over me on the, you know, on the bed, and just squeezed the pus out of this thing. Sorry to be gross, but
oh, that's all right.
But you know, the only good thing that came of that is that when he squeezed it, it literally shot all over his face, and I was like, well, there's my $500, you know, put to good use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my money's worth there. But I determined, my ex and I determined at that moment that we would never go back to the hospital.
No.
For nothing. I mean, you know, the kids get sick. I mean, if they got too sick, of course. But, you know, for any common thing, we're not, man, we ain't stepping foot in the hospital.
No.
I mean, they just gouge, and it was like $500. Holy shit. And we just moved there, really, right? I mean, you know, and I know, I mean, this is what Daniel Smith, I think, you know, is all about. This is what the whole separation movement is about, is number one, to give the Heritage Fund and all our resources to Washington, D.C., and then have us all collapse under an unviable capitalist system, unregulated capitalist system that the government of the U.S. Would love to see the whole world under. So, and it's destroying lives. I mean, your friend's story, God bless that woman, is not unique.
Yeah.
It's not unique.
No. And I mean, even one hospital let her in, right? And she had major blood clotting in her legs because she was living in her van, and she had to drive, you know, and so finally this hospital let her in, and they gave her bed rest. And then all of a sudden she was like, I hope I get well in here. And I think she was only in there a week, and they suddenly came one morning and said, get packed and get out of here, or we're going to start charging you because you only had certain number of days you could stay with us. And it doesn't matter if you're not healed or anything. And they let her go with no medicine, nothing.
Wow.
And yet she still had blood clots that she couldn't get rid of. So that's where she went. I can't remember where else she went, but they were gonna give her a bill for 12 grand, they said.
Yeah.
And she was like, what? I thought I was covered. So like, this is the dilemma with, this privatized healthcare. I mean, good grief. This is, we don't want this. Like, it's all the rich people are going to jump the line.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Of
Yeah.
course.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I'll
And
just say,
we've already got people dying in the waiting rooms under this government. So
under our own system, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just say one more thing, and I'll pass on to Shell immediately. I don't think I know that. I don't think I've ever said this, and I don't even think Chantal knows this. Although I may have told her, but if I haven't, I don't know why I haven't. But I guess just with everything else going on, but my sister was the head of AISH for 10 years.
Oh.
She was did I ever told you that, Chantal?
no.
Right. Okay. So there you go. I don't know why that ever would have slipped my purview, but my sister was the head of AISH for 10 years. She got that job because my dad was what would you call it? The campaign manager for one of the MLAs that won.
Oh, wow.
And so he won, and I think that's where the job came from.
Yeah.
You're only supposed to be 2 years as the president of AISH, but they liked my sister so much that they kept her for 10 years.
Wow.
Now, the reasons that they liked her were not because she was good for the citizen, that she was good for AISH patients. It's that I need to be careful here.
Yeah.
In what I say. It was for other reasons.
Okay.
That, in my estimation, had nothing to do with us.
Mm-hmm.
My sister and I haven't talked in 5 or 6 years. She lives with my mom. She has what Montel Williams had, Montel. I forget what you call it. I forget, but she's got that now. And she lives in the basement of my mom's house.
Wow.
In Nanaimo. My sister won't talk to me.
Multiple sclerosis.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. She, and she's had that since, I don't know, for 25 years now. So I haven't talked to my mom in about 2 years, maybe going on 3. There's a whole miasma of shit going on there. So I've never said that, I guess, and maybe it's just because I try not to think about my family. But so, all that to say that when you think that the heads of AISH are there to help you and care for you, it is my observation that they don't give a fuck to begin with. To begin with.
Yeah.
So, Chantal, go ahead.
It's almost like they're salespeople that are trying to make a commission. And it's not a commission on helping people, it's a commission on doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Right, saving money.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not only that, and I don't say this about my sister, but literal hate.
Oh, yeah.
Literal hate.
Yeah. Well, that's what a lot of the prerequisite is for when you get the jobs for AISH or for ADAP, right? There's a certain amount of indifference that you have to have when it comes to dealing with the disabled community. And I can understand that to an extent, right? Because all of a sudden now we're going to have people that are ADAP headhunters, so to speak, who don't give a shit about the disabled community as a whole, and they're just going to end up having like a god complex, which I've seen across the board through Alberta Works and through AISH.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, oh, well, I get to make the final determination on whether or not you get your check, and it's like, oh, that must make you feel like a big person.
Yeah.
Well, it does.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, hate is one word, and I would use that word. Contempt is another.
Yeah.
You are, I don't know, you are amoebic to them. You are small and
Disposable.
And meaningless.
Well, I think also though what it is they think we're all just lazy fakers or something. They've never been sick. I wish there was a bodysuit that people could put on and feel what I feel every day. I burn and ache, and there's some days I get up and I try to get to my chair. Sometimes I need a walker. I make sure I put my feet up. I suffer from blood clots. My feet are in 11 men wide shoes. I mean, I never started out like this. I used to walk 10K a day. I was a parks person too, and I did all kinds of like, yeah. But so I get sick, and then now I know what it's like, and that's where I gain empathy for people, because I'm sure stupid me back then would have looked down like, oh, get a job like Ralph Klein. So it takes getting sick and understanding what it's like to, you know, finally look at people and go, oh, I'm sorry for you. And I wish that, like, this is where it's disturbing that they're getting rid of these committees of us, because we understand each other's pain and they don't.
Well, I think there's also a common thing that I see even in the Facebook group, other disabled people tearing down the other people that are within the same community, like, oh, well, I have this wrong with me and I still go to work. And
Yeah,
it's like,
I've seen that.
You're not the measuring stick against somebody else.
Yeah, how do
Like,
you know what I feel like?
you?
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
how you react to your own symptoms is great. You know, like, here's your fucking hero cookie, but don't compare what you can handle to what somebody else can handle.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's you can look at that with everything. Somebody gets a paper cut, you've got 100 different fucking reactions across 100 different people.
Yeah, exactly.
And childbirth, right?
Yeah.
Childbirth is different for every person that goes through it. So it's like, okay, it's not a one size fits all. You know, just because you can handle it doesn't mean that the next person can.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're supposed to be a community that understands what the other person or people are going through. And it's like, we're not seeing that. It's let's tear everybody down.
Not only that, they're demeaning, like, we fought and our doctors agreed that we're sick enough to be warranted this program to try to get well on if we can, or just say, okay, let the sleeping dogs lie here. There's nothing we could do. Put me out the pasture. Okay. You know, oh, yay, hooray. I get to sit in poverty and, you know, wish I was anywhere but here. Right. But
we don't get a lavish lifestyle. Like, we're not making the same kind of money as all of these foreign immigrants that just get everything handed to them. Like, that's not what we're living off of.
Yeah. Well,
I think that's a very common misconception for people.
Yeah. And but now, like, to peg us down as we're just welfare bums, or you know, like, I'd hate to say it that way, but like, I know people on welfare are struggling, some to find jobs, some are very young, they're worried, they don't know what life's about yet and stuff. That's when I was on welfare, was when I was young. I tried to find a job, I couldn't find one. And then, like, I finally did find a job and I was like, ooh, I like money. And so I got into the working, and then, you know, and then, you know, suddenly when I got sick, I was doing really well and I didn't want to not work. I mean, I had a gravy job. I got summers off. I could spend with my kid, right? So why would I want to leave that? Plus I had more than enough to take care of our needs with what I was making. So, you know, I don't like that I'm being labeled as lazy or, you know, by other people, especially in the disabled community, just because, well, yeah, well, it's great if I could get out to work, but like I can't even leave the house sometimes, right? And definitely I don't even attempt to go outside in the wintertime. I fell down paralyzed once for I breathed wrong, cold air, and I fell. I tore a ligament in my back right away, and I was bedridden for a month. And I had a family member come look after me, but I don't have that luxury anymore. So I have to be careful and take care of myself and make sure I don't get into that predicament again. And so, but like, yeah, I don't know. And this job training thing's like a slap in the face. I did that on welfare years ago. It's like, wait a minute, I'm not a welfare person here. I've paid my dues more than enough. And even if someone didn't work, I mean, why are you belittling them because of their work ability? Like this.
Well, not just that. What's his name there? Lougheed. He created the AISH program because welfare wasn't the right program for people that were on disability or that were disabled. So it's not a welfare program. That's Alberta Works. Alberta Works is the welfare program. AISH is for people that are disabled. And people get those wires crossed constantly.
Yeah, I've noticed that. And then they come after you like, oh, well, you're just, a welfare bum. Well, no, I actually, I try to.
There's two different programs, Dad. Do your research.
Yeah.
Well, can I jump in just for a sec?
Yeah.
Because, I incur this at certain moments when I'm doing the protest. We do a protest every Tuesday and Friday in Calgary at City Hall.
That's great.
Yeah. And, I had one guy come up to me on last Tuesday and he kind of did this to Pam, and I said, oh my God, yeah, of course. Yeah, yourself, like fuck off. And he stopped and I don't know how he started talking, but you lazy, just you bums. I work my whole life. And, I'm retired now and I did great, wonderful things, in my life. And look at you scum here. What have you done? And I said, dude, I don't play this game.
Yeah.
Unless I am pushed to play it.
Yeah.
I have toured the world. I have played with Joan Rivers, Sweet, the Coaster, Drifters, Platters. I have fucking played with all of those people.
Yeah.
What have you done today?
Yeah.
So if you want to fucking say that your life is somehow grander than the one that I experienced, you're a lying sack of shit.
Yeah.
Right? And so, and not only that, but I have done great, wonderful things. Now, I don't believe in number one celebrity, and I don't really believe in great, wonderful things, except mastery. I believe in mastery, and I believe people should pursue mastery and excellence. But I don't use that in terms of my humanity. I am just a human being that has done some things that people might go, ooh, and other than that, I don't care. I don't propagate it, but if you're going to play the game, then we'll play the game. And you will lose the game. And then you will either do what he did, which was, walk away and fuck you. And I'd say, well, it's amazing. I mean, we both got fingers. How lucky are we? You fucking dickhead.
I can't do that. See, my fingers are stuck.
God. Now that's too bad.
I miss that.
Yeah.
I do miss being able to finger people.
We need to give you a prosthetic, we need to get you.
This has not bad yet, but.
Bam, use that one. That one. No, you just offended me. I mean, come on, that was great. But this is, I don't want to play the game. It's just a game. It's who's better than who, it's a dick measuring contest. And I just don't give a shit. But if I'm going to play it, I'm going to play it. You're going to lose, and you're either going to do this to me, or you're going to go, wow, really? You done all that? And I'm going to go, yeah, motherfucker. And then we're going to have a conversation.
Yeah.
But I won't approach someone saying, do you know who I am?
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I approach people just on the basis of their humanity, and I hope people approach me the same way.
Yeah.
Some people have never been educated toward their humanity, either by force, by, ending up sick, or, just through the hero's journey, right?
Yeah.
Realizing what you mean to the world and what you don't mean to the world, right?
Yeah.
Both are equally important.
Yeah.
And quite a paradox in a sense that you mean everything and nothing all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's quite a paradox.
It is. Yeah.
So that's all I had to say about that, because once
Yeah.
again, people are going to play that game with you, and you can just tell them, motherfucker, like I have done. You don't know what I've done. If you want me to list off all the things I've done, I'll do that, right? And then we'll do this measuring contest,
Yeah.
right? And then we'll see who comes out the winner.
Yeah.
But that's not why I'm here, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing this because I love people. I love
Yeah, that's
myself.
good. Yeah.
I have to love myself first, otherwise I could never like anybody else. I
Yeah.
learned that's one thing I learned through my life. Figure out who you are, Gavin, and like that person.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I just started loving other people.
That's good.
And when I did that, then I met people like Chantal.
Yeah.
And like you. And so that's all I got to say about that, says
I gotta say, Chantel's phenomenal. Like, I see your posts on Facebook and I think, wow, thank you so much too for advocating for the disabled community, because I mean, we need people like you that know what you're talking about, because I don't know much about law, but yeah, so it helps. It gives hope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole point, and making it accessible for people. That's the whole reason why I got into it, because I'm raising 3 neurodivergent children that will be reliant on PDD and AISH coming up.
Yeah.
So if we don't get this settled now, right, what the hell is going to happen to them when they enter the same system?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's where my fight is. That's where my steam comes from, and I'm not going to ever stop this fight.
Well, good. Don't. Yeah. Oh, gee. Sorry for crying. It's just, boy, I'm tired of fighting. Like, it's always a fight. My life has always been a bloody fight. Okay. No problem.
He's wandering around his house now. He always leaves his microphone on when he bails from his chair.
Oh. Oh, you leave your mic on.
Yeah, he's talking to his roommate. He can't hear us. He doesn't have a headset. Funny.
That's a nice chair. I think my aunt has one like that.
Yeah, the rocking chair. I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I'm trying to fix a break in the app or the website. Because for some reason it's rendering completely HTML and it's not supposed to. Oh, I hate this shit. But there are quite a few new releases that were deployed last night. He's still yabbering. So one of them is ADAP is welfare to work for disabled Albertans.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just because, like, I sat for 5 to 6 years in the barriers to full employment program with Alberta Work, so I know how that one works intimately. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
And then finally I took the leap and applied for AISH, and I got it right away. Like, I wasn't one of those people that had to keep on appealing their decision, right?
Yeah.
So Alberta Works basically paid a psychologist to come out and do a whole bunch of assessments in my small town community at that time.
Oh, good.
And he wrote the letter or the report that basically said, yeah, work ain't going to happen. Leave her alone. And he was my first call or my first email that ever went out regarding this AISH-to-ADAP shit. And I said, this is what's happening. Can you give me a hand? And he goes, absolutely. If you need a new reassessment, I will do it. And I'll write you a recommendation letter that says, if you need a reassessment, send her my way. And I was like, that's awesome, because he's still practicing. So where is it here? So how the AISH-to-ADAP split imports the income support employability tiers onto disability income. Because that's what I'm seeing. right? And I don't know if it's
Yeah.
just because of my critical thinking stuff or what, but that's what I'm seeing. And I think that that's what they're going to do.
Well, that's what
So
I was
barriers,
thinking too. Yeah.
yeah, well, barriers to full employment is like a mirror to the AISH system where they leave you alone. There's no expectation. You're safe,
Yeah, exactly. So what
right? But
is
now
this
it's the
then?
you're expected to work.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
it's
like the
like,
welfare part,
yeah,
but now they're splitting AISH into two tiers.
it's
It's just
crazy.
ridiculous. Like if we
And
could
then,
work, we already have a welfare program. So shove us back over there then.
you know, oh, don't give them ideas. But not only that, like we did have the ability, if we had the ability to work, it was $1,000 you could earn anyway. And if
Well,
I
they're
had the
bringing that
ability,
number
I'd be
down
going
now.
out there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
Like
silly.
if you could, you would. No, nobody wants to live off of government subsidized
No.
income.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't a prestigious, oh, free money, you know, throw it in the
Yeah.
air and
Yeah,
bathe in
sure.
it. Like,
Yeah.
shit, it doesn't even cover your rent, people. Like, give it
No.
a rest. Especially with this $200 clawback, which is
Oh,
just
this
another
is,
kick in the
and
kick just
that's,
while you're down.
working for CPPD and then I'm not allowed to collect any of that. Why isn't that? I can at least have up to $1,000 of that. That would make life a lot easier. But
Yeah,
like, what is
exactly.
that? That's not fair. That is
Yeah.
not fair. Yeah.
Well, I know when I got onto AISH, they said that it was mandatory to apply for CPP.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So I applied for it and they were basically like, no, we're not giving it to you. So I sent
Oh,
AISH my
yeah.
letter saying they said no. And I think they thought that the letter wasn't legit
What?
at that point. Like the small community that I was
Oh,
in, the woman that I had to deal with when I first got onto AISH, oh my God.
Dragon
She
Lady.
was, absolutely dragon lady. And I filed, complaints. I was like, I don't want to work with this woman anymore. She's, just fucking so out of touch. Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
And finally, I was transferred to somebody else, and it was like, this is awesome. This is great. I don't ever want to talk to that other woman ever again.
Oh, good. Yeah. Gee.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. So the government of Alberta has presented the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, ADAP, as a new person-centered program. Yeah, right. Modern, generous, and shaped by the disability community. This document sets that framing aside and examines the structure underneath it. When the language is stripped away and the architecture is laid bare, ADAP is not a novel disability program. It is the importation of Alberta's existing welfare to work system,
Yeah.
the employability tiering used in the Income Support Alberta Works program onto disability income. So the transition of AISH recipients to ADAP recreates for people with disabilities the same sorting by employability that has long governed general welfare in this province, including its defining feature, income that is conditional on participation in employment activity.
Yeah. That's disgusting.
But
That's
they
disgusting.
have now. I want everybody to really hear this, okay? They haven't released this framework like outright. They haven't said that this is what the architecture is that we're actually going to be doing.
Okay.
But yet they're doing all of these employment workshops and shit for learning how to write your resumes. Well, that sounds a hell of a lot like the
Yeah.
welfare to work
Yeah.
program through
Yeah.
Alberta Works.
Yeah.
And
Well,
what
that's
did
what
they do to us
yeah.
there? You had to participate or you didn't get your check.
Yeah, bingo. Yep. Because I did that in BC when I was on welfare. You had to go to all of these classes and you had to provide a list of a job search. And yeah. And
like just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Right.
And you had to
So
numbers and
the
everything.
fact that like a lot of people don't know how the Alberta Works program worked because they skipped it altogether and went right to AISH.
Yeah.
So the framework and the stuff that I see that's going to be coming down the picket, it's not going to be fun for people because they've essentially taken a whole group of people that have already been verified medically as incapable of working sustained hours.
Yeah.
And now they're going to make us do employment workshops full time. And if
Yeah.
we can't maintain that, there goes our check.
You know, if the doctors are good enough to give us CPP disability for Smith, then how come she can't accept their letters for AISH? You know what I mean? Like,
they haven't said why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Just that this is a better, program for.
Well, it's not better if you can't bloody well work. Like,
exactly.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, oh, I'm gonna sit there and look ugly? I mean,
not only that, a lot of people won't get hired because of they have illnesses or disabilities that have all of a sudden you're having a seizure.
Well,
that's a liability thing for employers. If you're doing a job and all of a sudden you have to sit down, a lot of employers, if it's a standing job, you have to stay standing or they're going to fire you, or you're going to get harassed, right? Yeah. A friend of mine ended up pointing out the other day, well, when I go through the checkouts at every grocery store, there's no way that a wheelchair would fit in there.
No.
And it's like, so what do they expect y'all to do?
Yeah.
Like somebody in a wheelchair or somebody that has mobility issues isn't going to be able to sit there or stand there and sweep a fucking floor.
Yeah.
So what do they expect?
Yeah, exactly.
Like it doesn't make any sense.
Well, can I jump in for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're back.
Ladies, do you mind? I mean, I used to think that, the government wasn't trying to kill you. They just didn't care if you died.
Yeah.
But now I really believe they're trying to kill you.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And so there's your answer. I mean, and I don't think you need to, well, number one, I don't think that's hyperbolic. And number two, you don't have to add anything to it.
Yeah.
I think it pretty much says itself. Now, you can ask why would that be the case?
Yeah.
And I think it could be because there's too many people on the planet. There's, our resources are sufficient, but, thinning, not exponentially though. But to them, I mean, once again, if AI is going to rule everything, then what do they need you for? We're all becoming the black man of the 20s in a sense, of the 1800s. But we're not slaves anymore. We're dispensable. So this is the difference. We're not going to be a slave to anything because there won't be anything to be a slave. We will therefore be dispensable.
Well, this is a DIY. Get rid of you. Like at least back in the 30s, Mustache Man rounded everybody up and got rid of them. They can't do that anymore. So do it yourself, right? That's what they want. That's also not letting people take MAID now. I think it's to fudge the numbers so that nobody sees how many people are dying because they end their own lives.
Well, I think
I'm going to have to release that eugenics piece that I wrote.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to have to because it keeps coming up.
Yes, I totally believe this.
I've been sitting on it for like the last month because it's like we're dealing with so much with the the July switch, and it's like I don't want to put a darker blanket over the community because everybody's already so down and
freaked
depressed.
out and upset. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to have to because it's consent was never the point. Alberta's eugenics inheritance and Canada's institutional rebuild, and it takes us back to 1928 and brings us forward to the present. That's going to be, like I've got everything ready. I've got the plain language version. I've got all of the illustrations done. I've got that all built. I've got it's all ready to go. And it's like, I just keep sitting on it. And every podcast, something about eugenics comes up and it's like, I'm itching.
Well, because you're ahead of the curve, I think. You're ahead of the curve. And the other thing too is, I mean, I think number one, the whole MAID, like Smith saying whatever she said about it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that is to satisfy her base, which is a Christian, base. So, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to end up there. It's kind of like these, you know, I played drums for Jimmy Swaggart back in the day, so I have a huge understanding of the religious Pentecostal movement, right?
That prosperity gospel stuff.
And prosperity gospel, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what's his nuts in Austin? We did his singers record, like the 3 singers that he has. What the fuck's that guy's name? I forget. Huge televangelist now, and he wanted us to be his band back in that day.
Oh, wow.
Like back in the 90s, and we all were doing too well with the records, so we said no, fuck that. Hagee.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I got courted to be his drummer.
Yeah.
The whole band, the whole studio band, he was willing to pay what he had to get us, but we were like, no, we're having too much fun. Yeah. But anyway, what's my point? You know, it's kind of like all these fucknuts, you know, saying that Donald Trump's a Christian, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Well, Donald Trump's not a Christian.
No, he's not.
Like, I mean,
he's a Jewish to the Jews, and he's a this to these people. He's a whatever you want him to be in order for you to think, oh, he's wonderful. Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's
because
vote for this guy.
he needs wonderful. He needs people to love him.
Yeah.
And, but you're right. He's the Jew to the Jew. He's the Christian to the Christian, and he's none of the above. He's, you know, just a nefarious prick.
Didn't it come out a while ago that he was actually German? Like German descent?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so
he's got to be about this tall, and he's got to live over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you pick up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
Yeah.
Because like he's doing the same thing that, you know, a certain other individual did years ago.
Yeah, totally. And then did you hear now, I heard, I was watching some podcast that now vets might lose their companion dogs. Did you hear about that? Like, what the heck are you doing?
Yep.
These people need these animals like to survive, you know, and yet you're making it like, oh, it's just a pet. Well, no. Like, what about the golden age that was supposed to come about here, right?
Well, it's gone. It came and went.
There's
it came
no
and went.
golden.
It came and went.
Molden's more like it, right?
It came and went. You know, that was the 70s. To me, it was the 70s. It was,
you know, 80s for me,
Yeah, it was Camaros, rock and roll, and chicks in hot pants. You know, that's that's what it was. And it came and it went.
Yeah.
And because, you know, the US cannot sustain, I mean, it couldn't sustain the gold standard. But then it got the petrodollar, and you know, and you still got Disneyland and everything else, but that was bound to fail, and now it has. And I wish people would just settle the whole fucking thing on that. You know, it's done, it's gone, it's over. Grieve it and let it go.
Yeah.
But you
countries don't usually last past 250 years, from what I've read.
Well, no. What's happening is that we're you know, we're like the Star Wars trash compactor in terms of civilization. So you start out with Mesopotamia, right? You got that. You got all that, right?
Yeah.
Then you go to Egypt, and you get a little bit of that, and then you go to Rome, and you get that. Yeah. And then you go to the Ottoman Empire, and you get that. Yeah. Then you go to the British Empire, you get that. And now you've got the U.S. 250 years done. We're looking at the difference of 4,000 years to 250.
Yeah.
So we are closing the trash compactor on what it means to be a civilization. We live in a very interesting moment right now, I think.
Yeah.
But, you know, just back to my statement about Daniel V, I think that whole thing about MAID is really just to satisfy the Christian base, right? To keep those people on our side. But then when, you know, AISH-to-ADAP and everything else, and there's nothing to lose for her, then you just open it back up. Or under a government like the NDP, boom, there it is. Oh, no, we want people to kill themselves because we love people.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, and I'm sorry, I know a little bit too much about... Nenchi.
All the things that you are passionate about.
Well, that's good because, like, no, I agree with you with the NDP. I wouldn't vote for them either. There was something I did years ago. I approached them with, and they knew it was a bad thing, and they had a chance to change it, and they never did. And I can't discuss the details of it.
Sure.
No worries.
But anyway, they just basically told me no. And yet, like, even some MLAs were shocked that it was Rachel Notley at the time who they thought, oh yeah, she'll say absolutely, and she'll change this law that's going on, and nope.
Nothing.
And no,
Nothing.
she wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But it affected a huge portion of people, and yeah.
Well,
So
I
anyway,
played,
I can't say
I played
anything else about
I played Nenchi's party before he became mayor, about a month
Oh,
before he
okay.
became mayor. And I met him and I talked to him for a few minutes and I walked away just a total dick. Just a
Oh, yeah.
total dick. And I wasn't talking politics. I was actually talking about
Just
supporting him in
him.
a sense.
Oh,
And he
yeah.
couldn't have given a shit. And he
Oh.
actually was quite rude about it. And then
Really?
this last weekend, I did a bunch of filming at the union protest. And I didn't notice him. Like, I turned around filming, you know, probably 5 times and didn't even notice he was standing right there. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, there he is. And I just kept going. I don't give a fuck. But he was just standing there like some glib asshole whose shit doesn't stink, you know what I mean? Just roly-poly, fatter than fucking, and thinks his shit don't stink. Again,
Yeah.
he's that king that ate too
Yeah.
much, you know, when the peasantry actually lasted longer than the king did because they
Yeah.
ate and all the king did was indulge himself and
Yeah.
died a smelly, bloated mess.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to me, that's Nenchi in a fucking nutshell. So
Oh, yeah.
I have no use for that. But then again, right, I will work with anyone to do good and none to do evil. So there is some, nuance there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But no, I don't dig the dude, and I think legacy politics is done.
Yeah.
I think the next president of the United States needs to be the janitor. That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The person who knows what it's like. Things would change so fast if people actually, like, I know Mary Renault, is it? Or Renaud? She lived on 1900 a month, right? I can't remember how long she did that for, a whole month.
She did it for a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least she did, like, to say, hey, I want to see what it's like. And she had a heck of a time, but
Well, I had to critique that because of the fact that she was already in office at that point, so everybody knew who she was locally. So even on $1,900 a month, she was still getting free handouts left and right because of her status.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like if you were a nobody doing the same thing and you had to use the food bank and they weren't giving you free coffee at Tim Hortons or Starbucks because of you having your face, right? I'm pretty sure her tune would have been a hell of a lot different than it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't get free coffee when I show up at Tim Hortons.
No. Exactly.
And nobody knows if she wasn't, somebody wasn't running her celery sticks and cheese whiz, Like,
Yeah, exactly, right.
Nobody knows that. And you know what? Like once again, there's a
They
difference.
should have did it as a Big Brother thing where somebody followed her with a fucking camera every second of every day.
Yeah, stuck her in an apartment.
Yeah,
Made her stay in there.
To me, it's a nice virtue signal, and if you do that for a year and you give up your position and you live in Calgary housing, maybe that'll mean something. But you know nothing of the situation, and you virtue signaled us because you're a politician, and I don't have time for that. It's like they gave Farkas an award last week, of which I was at. Just by coincidence, I didn't go. I don't think any politician needs an award unless it's a golden boot up their ass. That's the only one they need. But he got an award, and then I went up to say, hey man, we're protesting right behind here. Quite serendipitous that we meet in this moment. Give us 2 minutes of your time. And in other words, he just told me to fuck off, and and this was while getting an award for being a humanitarian.
Wow, what a wonderful humanitarian.
Oh, it is his. I'll tell you this. I'll tell this quickly, but his secretary, I walked up to her to, to kind of, can I just get a moment of his time, right?
Yeah.
And so I put my hand on her shoulder, just very politely, very lightly,
Yeah.
just to get her attention. And then I, kind of stepped away and I gave and she backed up immediately and she said, "Don't touch me. Don't touch me." I'm like, "What?"
Wow.
She's like, "You can't touch me. You can't touch me." I'm like, "Honey,
What, are you cast or something?
well, no, like if anybody ever fucking needed AISH, I think it's you.
Yeah.
Like, what are you, what?"
Wow.
And so, but this is the privilege. This is the fear. This is what people in AISH at the top of AISH feel about you, that you're
Yeah.
actually scummy,
Yeah.
that you'll get them sick,
Yeah.
that you are nothing. And it's about time that we showed them, because I'll
Your
tell you what.
disability is contagious. Don't touch me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
gross.
that's what it was. And people said, "Well, Gavin, maybe she just, she doesn't like being touched." And I'm like, "That's fine. Then she
I
shouldn't
said
be."
it was probably a cultural thing.
Yeah.
But
Or
then
it's a
she
cultural.
shouldn't be in the public then.
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
like a Pakistani chick.
Okay.
And maybe that's it. But if that's the case, you should not be front facing to the public.
Yeah.
Right. Because here in Canada, we touch people, all right?
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
So if you can't handle that, that's great. But you don't get the job, honey.
Mhm.
You don't get
Well,
that
it's no
job.
different than those dogs, when you're training them and it says "do not pet" working.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have collars like that for a lot of our politicians, big thick collar around their neck, "don't touch, I'm working," does not answer questions,
Right. Yeah. So this is, of course. And this is the reason, this is all the evidence I have as to why they really don't like you.
Yeah.
Right. And,
Yeah.
but you'll still get all these clapping seals and parts of NGOs and out there clapping for, Farkas. "Oh my God, what a great guy." Yeah. Try talking to him, honey.
Yeah.
Try talking to him.
Yeah.
So sorry, I had to interject that.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I need to know. I love information, right? Because it makes a better decision, and people need to hear this as well, because there's a lot of people duped by these leaders that think, "Oh, they got my back,"
Well, right, because they speak to your issue and they know your
Yeah.
issue because they have lawyers to tell them your issue, and they have,
Yeah.
all the, statistics and analysis that cost millions of dollars when all you had to fucking do was ask somebody. But they've got all that information, and then they're fed, well, you're going this direction, right?
Yeah.
And Nenchi was a young global leader in the WEF,
Yeah,
so
that's right.
he don't get my fucking
Yeah.
vote. Sorry,
No.
you're done.
No.
You're done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any tie like that, man. And that comes out of him. That comes out of his greasy pores when you meet him,
Yeah.
right? That he's just a privileged dick.
Yeah.
And I mean, I could be a privileged dick,
Yeah.
but I'm not, because I don't mean that much to the world. This is the duality, right? Where
Yeah.
you know what you mean and know what you don't mean.
Yeah.
And nobody means that to the world.
Yeah.
Right? You are to get down and dirty with everybody.
Yeah.
That's nature. That's the world we live in. And it's a sad fact, but we're changing. I think we're beginning to see it all. Like the behind the curtain, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I get passionate.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
We need more passionate people in this world,
Yeah.
that care about others. Yeah.
Yeah. So Chantal, did you talk with our friend here, our good friend?
Oh,
No,
yes.
that I know the name of, but I'm just testing you.
Sure. I see how it is. That's almost as bad as when you couldn't remember Yasmin and Adam's name.
Oh, I know. I'm terrible. I am just terrible at names. Maya, did you talk with Maya about the, the kind of work-related thing that I think there is some hope for people on ADAP in that regard, maybe only?
We kind of touched a little bit on like the first paragraph of the ADAP is welfare to work for disabled Albertans, but there was a mention there about it being better on AISH for we could at that point make $1,000 a month that
Yeah.
was like free and clear before they started, doing any kind of dollar for dollar
Clawback.
cutbacks, right? So I just wanted to point out here, based on our income crossover analysis that I did last month, just to bring everything up to speed because it changed from April to May. So the structural finding at minimum wage, so $15 an hour, ADAP does not surpass current AISH until a recipient sustains 35 to 40 hours per week.
Oh, that's
every week.
ridiculous. That's full-time work. And you can't even get that anyway.
Yep. So the program that the government calls an employment incentive only outperforms its predecessor at near full-time employment.
Oh, that's just stupid already. Yeah.
And that's supposed to be a better program
Oh, sure.
to get
Yeah.
disabled Albertans working. Yeah. People that can't sustain full-time employment to begin with.
So it's, yeah, they're just like, it's setting us up for a fall. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, absolutely. Because in the ministerial orders that ended up going through for ADAP, hang on, I gotta throw my cat off my desk.
A cute cat.
He comes up here and he wants cuddles, and it's like, not right now. You're gonna lay on my computer.
Yeah, I have one too. She's sleeping right now, which is fingers crossed as much as I can. She doesn't come down, but yeah.
So what they've put into place is whoever this director is going to be of ADAP, if you can't do something because you are physically incapable, they are going to take that as willful non-compliance. And then they're going to remove you from the ADAP program. And you cannot appeal being removed off the ADAP program. You have to do everything in your power to remain there. Because I think what they're going to end up doing is they're going to make it so that you can only jump from the ADAP program to AISH. That's going to be the new barrier.
That's stupid. That's just disgusting. That's
well, it's no different than how they tiered it for the welfare program.
Yeah, for
Alberta
welfare.
Works for the barriers to full employment.
Yeah.
You had to prove that you couldn't work.
Yeah.
So then you had an assessment done, and they proved whether or not you had to be there. And the government forked out hundreds of thousands of dollars to have all of us fucking confirm that we couldn't work.
Yeah.
Even though our doctors had already done that.
Yeah.
And then another thing that's really strange, okay, you know how we can't move from one province to another on the same on a similar disability program, because for some reason we have to have residency in that new province for a certain set amount of time.
Yeah.
It varies province to province because I did all that research already early on.
Yeah.
But you have to have a doctor in the new receiving province that can attest to all of your disabilities. Why the fuck is that?
That's crazy.
They will not take a determination from Alberta in BC to streamline you going onto their program.
Wow.
But yet every doctor in Canada is registered as a physician in Canada.
In Canada, yeah.
You just have to register for whatever provincial physician or like college or whatever that is there that manages the doctors that are provincial.
So I have a question. It might be out there, but are we setting it up in order to become our own country or a state then?
Well, it's like this across all of the provinces.
Oh, okay.
Right. So if I lived in Saskatchewan and I wanted to move to Alberta, Alberta's AISH program says that you have to be a resident here for, I think it's like, what, 6 months?
6 months,
and
yeah, it was.
And you have to have a doctor here in Alberta.
Oh,
so does that mean that you have to go through all of your diagnostic shit all over again in order to apply? Or can you have your file transferred from your home province to a doctor in the receiving province?
I don't know.
That's where the Charter of Rights kind of comes in, because we're supposed to have the right to move and do what we need to do.
Yeah.
But they've essentially erected cages around every fucking province
Yeah.
if you're a disabled Canadian.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'll
So
use
there's
Canadian
our
because
rights.
it's not just an Alberta thing. There are
Yeah.
disabled people across Canada.
Well, of course.
But
Yeah.
yet we can't leave where we're at.
Yeah.
So if Alberta was to successfully separate, and I didn't want to be a fucking American because that's
Yeah.
exactly
Get
where
out of
Alberta would
here.
end up,
Yeah.
how in the fuck do I leave?
Exactly. Wow. At least with me, I can like scrape by on 1,000 CPP disability, but
Mhm.
not everybody has that. And I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize. Like, I'm sorry
Yeah.
for you. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just getting worse, right? Like this isn't going to be it's going to get better. This is just the beginning,
Yeah.
because now they're rebuilding the institutions. We were already
Oh,
seeing
really?
yeah, in Alberta. Oh yeah. The
Oh, you're
institutions are
kidding.
being brought back, and they're
Oh,
promoting it under the guise of intervention for people that are addicted or that are on drugs and that kind of thing.
okay.
But why would you need to bring back non-consensual intake institutions then?
Wow.
And
Well-
why was a person in BC basically stolen out of his vehicle?
Oh, that's right.
Because,
Yeah.
right, like
For
we're
questioning
seeing
their
that already in BC. This is coming to Alberta.
Oh, wonderful.
Anybody is going to be able to go, oh, they're crazy. They need to be assessed.
Ah, and then out you go.
And then you end up in a fucking institution
Yeah.
to prove that you're not crazy. And what do you think's going to happen in that institution?
Oh, you're crazy, boy. Stamp of craziness right on you.
Mm-hmm. But
You're
then
not
there's
going
no
anywhere.
consent to being there. There's no
No.
consent to being there. You're being essentially made to believe, or being reframed as somebody who isn't capable of making their own decisions.
Yeah.
And when do you think MAID's going to come in?
Oh, yeah. When the doctors say, yeah, we got to get rid of them. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
And it's coming. It's coming. They
Yeah.
forcibly sterilize people against their will
That's
with no
right.
consent
Yep.
in the 20s.
Yeah, they did. They still did
You
that
know?
up until what, recently, 90s in Manitoba.
Yeah.
Yeah. In
Yeah,
the
for
hospitals.
different provinces, absolutely. Yeah.
they did it in Africa and India in the 90s with Bill Gates.
Oh,
So-
yeah. I've heard about
So,
that too.
so there's your good philanthropist right there.
Mhm.
Yeah, philanthrocapitalist. Sorry. You know, one thing about this whole thing, like you know, I'm not ashamed to say it now. It's part of my past, but I was institutionalized in Ponoka when I was around 20 years old. I have no problem with the institution itself. The problem that I have is with the austerity that we're seeing right now, the direction in which it seems likely this government wants to take us, and really all governments do ultimately, and the fact that outside of the institution, they're doing nothing to create environments for people to live good lives.
Yeah.
Right. So if their whole plan was, okay, this guy needs to be away for a while because, you know, he has to get his shit together, got to get off drugs, needs to, you know, methadone, needs some help, you know, maybe needs to, you know, just learn how to live life again and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Great. Fine. But then what you want to do
Somebody
is
needs hope and purpose. Oh my goodness, we can totally have a program for that that'll get them back to doing what they need to do societally. But instead of that, it's, oh, let's break them down more.
well, it's either going to be break them down or, excuse me, isolate them.
Yeah. Isolation.
In perpetuity. Right. So you're not, because what the government's not doing is providing environments in the general populace in which people can live and thrive.
Yeah.
So you cannot therefore think that somebody with as many problems as might need to be institutionalized is going to become a better person and then put back into a society that will only destroy them again.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So
Yeah.
you can't
Well,
take
yeah,
the
we see
government
that
seriously.
already with people that have been in prison for a long time. They don't know how to re-enter society, and there is no support or net to catch them when they come out to reintegrate.
Well, that's just it, right? You have a criminal record. You can't get a job except
Yeah.
maybe you know, standing on a street corner at 6 in the morning and hoping somebody picks you up,
Yeah.
or you know, some labor job in which nobody really gives a shit because
Yeah.
you know the turnover rate is 150% a year, which is the turnover rate at Amazon warehouses.
Yeah.
Amazon is 150% turnover rate annually. So, so once again, you know, it's all following a same trajectory, right? And so, what, you know, it would be fine that they institutionalize an individual because that is the safest place for that individual, right? Like, you know, the best place for a rabid dog is in a cage, at least until you can figure out the rabies part, right?
Yeah.
I have no problem with that because it keeps society safe, it keeps the individual safe.
Yeah.
The problem is not the institutionalization necessarily. The problem is the fact that we're not growing anything outside of that individual to ensure that he lives a healthy, productive life in a society that has his best interests at heart.
Yeah.
That gives him equal opportunity to anything he may desire, whether it be being a CSR or, you know, being a musician or being a philosopher or being a scientist or being whatever, right? We are not creating that world. We
No.
are creating a world of less people, more anxiety,
Yeah.
and you
And
can't.
more
Go ahead.
people that are against each other. Like it's always like setting groups against each other.
Right, and a tribalized society that is
Yeah.
insulated by the internet in order for them to propagate the most nefarious parts of their nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's like I noticed that too with the Facebook group over the weekend. I ended up turning off anonymous posting. Well, you wouldn't believe the
yeah.
amount of people that suddenly went fucking quiet because oh,
Yeah.
I can't hide behind being anonymous. So it's like, well, now we have more, you know,
Transparency,
actual
yeah.
engagement from people that aren't hiding behind an anonymous tag. And it's like, you know what? As the site admin, I can still see who you are,
Yeah.
even behind that anonymous tag, and it fucking tells you that.
Yeah.
So you might be posting anonymous to the group, but if you don't think that I'm going to shout out your fucking name and link your page, you're nuts.
Well, those the other problem I have with the group is when somebody's anonymous, you can't block them. If they're for another user of the Facebook group, like there was a guy that was being a jerk, and I thought, well, I'll just block him. But if you're under that anonymous or a pseudonym, I can't just block the profile.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to do that, which is kind of a shame. But no, I like that now.
I turned that off.
Okay. Because it's a pain in the butt, you know, like, and people hide behind it and say nasty, horrible things and then get people upset.
Yeah, those are the keyboard warriors that think that nothing can touch them. And it's like, no, I have all the admin settings. I can change that shit. And I did.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and a lot of these are you know, paid, probably
keyboard warriors,
paid
bots,
I wouldn't know it.
UCP supporters,
or bots or whatever, and yeah, they're, you know, they're there. But once again, you know, if you get a bot on your page, you're probably doing something right. So you know, so you got that going for you. You know,
more engagement boosts the algorithm. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's all it does. It's just going to push you out further. So, you know, I mean, we're at a very interesting time in the history of our world, I think, at the moment. You know, we're not that different from any other civilization that was kind of being led by nature to transition, right? You know, from the bronze to the gold to the iron, you know, and now the technological. And so, you know, it really the future belongs to on whose terms, right? On whose terms do we set a new civilization on the oligarch and the technocrat, or on the people, on
it'd be
democracy.
nice if it's the people, right?
Like, I think it can only
Democracy.
be that way.
Well, one of the things that a lot of people have to realize too is that this isn't just an Alberta isolated problem.
Yeah,
If
it's
it
the
happens
world.
here, it's going to happen everywhere else.
Yeah.
You know, AISH was set up originally in Alberta by Lougheed,
Mhm.
right? And then other provinces adopted that and created their own disability systems. So if ours starts to go to shit, it's going to come to BC. It's going to show up in
Yeah.
Saskatchewan. It's going to show up in Manitoba. It's going to show up all the way to the maritime provinces. You know, so it might be starting here, but it's not going to end here, ladies and gentlemen. It is coming to a province near you.
Right, and this is why it is a bad thing to set precedent.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
This is because every other province will be able to use the excuse that, well, you know, they did it.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to actually use it in court as precedent if
Yeah.
they need to. So
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like we are, you know, anywhere near to, solving that or winning that fight. It
Mhm.
looks like we're all, you know, getting pushed off the cliff.
Well,
And
they removed the disability minister from cabinet at like the federal level. We don't have a direct contact anymore for the disability representative.
Kidding.
No, they're going.
Oh,
huh.
that speaks volumes to me, right? Like,
Mhm.
it's like because Smith is even meeting with Carney. So
Oh,
what
of
are they
course.
discussing, right? I'd like to be the fly on the wall there, but you know, yeah.
Carney,
You know, I think
Trump.
people need to reinvoke their consciences, you know, because as soon as we have people on the inside that are, you know, leaking information or sharing information and it's sourced, right? Then we can start holding these assholes accountable. But until then, we're just going to be stuck as hemorrhoids and we're going to be irritating the hell out of them.
Well, good. Let's do that. Yeah.
That's you know, I shun away myself from such memes, but Chantal really owns the hemorrhoid, you know, well,
Oh,
because
absolutely.
because
I
the
am a very
hemorrhoid,
happy hemorrhoid.
well, the hemorrhoid is not the asshole. The hemorrhoid is what irritates the asshole, and therefore I can dig that. You know, I may not use that myself, but I love it. I love it for its visual and its creative content. But we are in a paradigm right now, and it's going to take people like all of us. You know, once again, I mean, we have a podcast, but what the hell is that? You know, I sit here and smoke and pontificate, and you know, you know, and I'm not trying to be entertaining either, because I don't believe in entertainment, especially in this realm. In the political realm, there should be no, you know, puppetry and puppet masters, and no, it should be the dullest, because it is. Without money, politics is the dullest, most boring, two-dimensional pursuit a person in life could ever have.
Yeah.
But you add money to that, and then everything explodes. That's why there is such narcissism, because there is nothing to the political itself. So they have to construct something based on something not natural, which is the ego and the, you know, and the money and the power and the prestige. This is antithetical to politics, at least to Socratic politics, right? So Socrates would have said, get in, do the job, fuck off. That's it. Don't make any money, and don't be in long enough where you can corrupt any part of the system. That's why the janitor makes the best.
Perfect. Yeah.
Right? Because even by the...
Like I always, you know, every podcast, I think I make this argument. If I was able to get into politics for one fucking year, imagine the changes that would come.
Right. And then we would kick your ass out.
And I would leave willingly.
And you would leave, and you would...
I needed to, I'm gone.
Yeah, you wouldn't be Donald Trump in the White House. You'd be like, there'd be no January 6th with you. You'd just be like, fuck, I can't, you know, thank you. You'd probably get it done in 6 months, just going, oh my God, I can't believe him. But that's politics. Politics is not, well, politics itself is a performance art, right? There are the creative arts and the performance arts, And politics is strictly performative, and therefore it should only happen very quickly, and then you're gone from the stage, right? And something new enters that place, something creative and vital and necessary, and then it is gone, right? You are but you're like a puff of smoke, in and out, and the only thing you do is for the people. That's all you do. And the day that you stop doing that, or the day that you can't fulfill that, is the day that the people extract you, right, from the process of that. We've lost all of that, and yet we based everything on this Socratic understanding, right? So, but we.
Well, that, and I think our politicians should be making minimum wage for the work that they're.
Oh,
doing.
absolutely.
Yeah, ADAP.
Oh, yeah.
ADAP.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet. Absolutely.
That would change their tune, I think, real quick.
$900 a month. There you go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd cure you.
Yeah, here, survive on this, dickhead.
Yeah.
That's right. And work and
Now
perform
tell me how easy it is.
and dance like
Right?
a
And
monkey.
when you don't have an assured income, right? Tell me how easy it is to get into an apartment or be okay for, a lease or whatever, because landlords nowadays are really leery about renting to people that are on AISH because it's not an assured income.
No, I know.
There's nothing assured about it. You have to jump through fucking hoops, and then anybody can decide, well, I'm just going to put a hold on their funds.
Yeah.
Because I have a God complex.
Yeah.
This is where we're moving.
And it's like,
I really believe that.
it's like you guys have the money to go in and go for therapy to fix that because you're all on government salary.
Right. Well, it's an interesting, duality here is, the fact that they get into politics and therefore they can sort of absolve their conscience with other things. But if they were left to the devices of having to actually get a job or be like the rest of society, there would be, I believe, a certain amount or number of those people in politics that would actually be on AISH.
Yeah.
I truly believe that. It is luck of the draw under capitalism. It is not survival of the fittest, ultimately, because once everything deregulates, then the people with the most toys wins. That's how it happens. And so, like I said, we're entering a new paradigm, and it's both exciting and scary. And it's scary for 80,000 people right now.
Oh, yeah.
For no good reason. And, and my heart goes out to those people. That's the only reason we're here. We don't make a dime off the podcast. We'd never asked for a dime. And you could literally shoot me in the head if I ever went that direction. We're not popular enough to get anything from YouTube. So, but we don't want that. That's not why I started this. I've been doing podcasts for 6 years, and I never got a dime. And people said, well, why are you doing that? I said, because I care.
Yeah.
Because I actually care.
Yeah.
And I don't have to monetize. I mean, if I monetize, maybe it'll be that perfume channel, who knows, right? But I have no desire to do anything but to help people that are just like me.
Yeah.
And this is where our humanity, this is where we're met, every one of us with our own humanity. The fact that we are all the same in that regard. And, and I love people. I mean, some people are a real pain in the ass, but, but I still value their humanity.
Yeah.
And we don't live in that social structure anymore.
Yeah, it's sad.
We don't take care of each other. Yeah.
No.
Well, we need representation on the legislature floor. And I know that I've said, I'm going to sound like a broken record at this point, but we do. We need people that live within the societal cage that is AISH, that will be ADAP, that is Alberta Works, and we need people that are actually on the ground and have lived it to represent us. Because having an able-bodied representative go, oh, hey, the people on income support or this, that, or they're experiencing this and that. It's like, how dare you try and speak for the populace that you've never been a part of?
Yeah.
It's like, sit down, shut up.
Yeah.
Right? So we need an Alberta disability inclusion party in Alberta.
Yeah. Oh,
that is
absolutely,
invited
yeah.
to every fucking table. And we do. We deserve that. We have Indigenous representatives in
Yeah.
every party. We have immigration or immigrant representatives in every party. Where's ours?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're the forgotten ones, right? Like, you know, move along.
Yeah.
We don't want nothing to do with you guys. We're
Mhm.
the
And
detestables or
it
whatever.
needs to be somebody that has lived where we are.
Mhm.
It has to be. Because having somebody else come in and go, oh, hey, you know, I am this or I am that, and I'm speaking on behalf of a populace that I have no compassion for or legitimate understanding
Yeah.
for. That's not what we're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
It's not easy out here on the ground for us.
No.
You know, and the barriers are real. The you're not included is real. The lack of accessibility is a reality for us.
Well,
as
I
a
was
whole.
telling my MLA, I'm glad there's 2 dental offices in my town, because the one I can't even get up the stairs. It's like 2 floors of stairs straight up. I can't get up there anymore. I'm scared to get down when I do finally get up there. And I've never been offered an elevator or anything. I don't know where that would be. You can't, there isn't one. It's just stairs going straight up. And then there's different places in the town here that there's big steps to get into these buildings. Nobody can get in that's in a wheelchair. And I'm not going to get up there depending on my feet and knees for the day, and hips and back and all that. So, and I was telling my MLA that. And then like I talked to him on the phone, my MLA, he finally did phone me, because I've been sending all this like to my mayor about Claire's home and all them, saying, hey, pause this, have a meaningful conversation. And like, just on a side note, please release the survey data, because I filled it in and I know everybody that filled it in that I talked to was opposed to it. So I even wrote that on, I think, Newdorf's wall, about, you know, you claim in your letter about this, but you really release that data then. That,
Is this a survey that was put out in August?
Yeah,
or
the
September?
engagement survey. Yeah.
Wow, so you actually saw it and filled it out.
I did, and I said absolutely opposed.
And
do you remember where you saw the survey advertised to be done? Just out of curiosity, because I don't think there was any news broadcasts that said it.
It was online. It was on Facebook.
Yeah, but it wasn't on like the radio stations. It wasn't on the news channels. It wasn't on anywhere that a regular citizen that doesn't have Facebook would have been able to access it.
Yeah, no, I was just on Facebook. I found somebody shared a link in one of the disability pages, and I went and filled it in. And then I was staunchly opposed. And then that survey, that professor who's doing that study at the U of Calgary, I talked to her too. And I told her that I was opposed on that survey as well. And, you know, because she's keeping track of like the changes and how people are going to survive and the data. So that's a good thing to get into. Her name's Jillian Petit. But anyway, getting back to that survey, I filled it in, and somebody else showed on Facebook how you should answer the questions. And then I put on there, if I'm on CPP disability and I was approved for the CDB, it's a CDB and the disability tax credit, why are you moving me then? Like, why would you move me over? Because like, obviously, federally, I'm also just as disabled, so I should stay on AISH, right? And so that's why I was kind of like, when I got the letter in the mail, I sat down and it was like somebody kicked me in the chest. It broke my heart, because I was like, oh God, what am I up against now? Now I got to fight to get back on. And my doctor, I did find finally a family doctor. Finally. I was years without one. My child still doesn't have one. They need one too, but, and I asked that doctor, can you please put my child on too? Nope, they don't like grandfather and family.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, so anyway,
Now,
now.
650,000 Canadians don't have it, or 650,000 Albertans don't have a physician.
Yeah. And my child does need one. At least their school's gonna help assess their needs because they have problems as well, learning problems and such. But I was hoping to go through the medical office and, you know, get some tests done, but we can't because in our town, if you go to the medical thing, you can only ask for one thing at a time. You cannot talk about more than one. Yeah, and you're not allowed to ask for any opiate medication. You have to go to the emergency for that. Like, it's just crazy.
Wow.
Isn't that nuts? So,
Well,
yeah, because I'm in rural Alberta, right? So,
well, and you know, since COVID, it seems to me like almost every kid these days is having problems.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, and so once again, you know, what a great construct, right? Like they put you into existential crisis. You know,
yeah,
your kids have to wear a mask and can't learn to talk. You know, you freak them out with a cold, and and then you start getting neurodivergence, not
yeah,
biological to begin with, but environmental.
yeah. Environmentally, yeah.
Right, environmentally, your psyche starts to break down, and then it starts to change the wiring in your brain.
Well, on top of that, all of a sudden my child was moved to online schooling. They'd never done it before, but it was strange because they had a program within the year before that they had to start submitting things online that they did in school. So, that's strange that, and then suddenly this, they had to go to full-time online schooling. And the teacher didn't know how many assignments to give and absolutely burnt the kids right out.
Oh wow.
Just just piled on so much work that my child was working through the weekend trying to keep their head floating. And then at the end of the school year, the teacher said, "Oh, you were the only student that finished all of the assignments."
To your kid.
Yeah, my kid, yeah.
Right, right.
And then my kid said, "I don't want to go back to school. I've had enough. I'm burned
wow.
right out."
Wow.
And so I said, "You know what? Let's start homeschooling."
Yeah.
And so I took over homeschooling, which I'm thankful I was able to do.
Right.
You know, that I don't leave the house anyway.
Right.
And yeah, so but it really changed. And then it was really sad because now fast forward to now, my child said, "Mom, I don't know how to make friends." And none of the friends in that school stayed friends with them. You know, they all kind of like went their separate ways. So, and it was very difficult. So I ended up enrolling them back into a school, and they're back in doing their high school now.
Right.
So that's nice.
Right, because
But
they need that, you know.
they need the connection. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
And
that's
they-
what humans,
Mhm.
you know, we need to belong, right? It's one of the first needs we have is to belong. That's why a child, you know, grabs its mother so tightly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It needs a place to be. And yeah, I mean, it's all moving in a direction both fascinating and existentially nefarious at the same time. You know.
Yeah.
And
Like isolation for too long is not good. And like family doesn't fill the void or the need of the socialization of going out and actually meeting people and finding people that jive with.
Connection.
Connect, yeah. So, but I'm glad that they did integrate back into school successfully. But, over this period of being away, there's a lot of anxiety that happened and learning problems, I believe, to just, yeah. So anyway, yeah, like not time, taking the time to do the assignments and not knowing like, gee, I'd better get on to the next thing, like just have no concept of time because of all this, like it really kind of messed them up. And I don't want to say the gender. So, but yeah, so anyway, it was crazy what happened with that.
It's too much all at once, man. It's COVID. It's austerity. It's globalization. It's transgender. It's too much.
But I want to also, sorry to cut you off. I just want to say that my child, they know what's going on with this ADAP thing.
Right.
And they're saying, Mom, like, I'm going to have to go get a job. How are we both going to afford to live anymore?
Right.
And I said, don't do that yet. You focus on your own things that you need to get done right now and have some sort of a childhood. Don't worry about, you got to take care of me.
Yeah.
But so the kids, the families are also affected by this garbage, right?
Well, they are. And I was astounded to realize that it's like in the billions of dollars per year that families produce in unpaid labor. Like if you were to put a money amount on that, in Alberta, I believe alone, you would be into the billions of dollars of unpaid labor that people provide for these, for the most, needy people in society. And so once again, you take a look at the middle class, exhausted to death. They work probably more than one job, 2 jobs, 3 jobs.
Yeah.
Then they got to take care of mom or grandma or, or some, vaccine injury or something, whatever it is. And then they don't have a life and they become exhausted. Their biology starts to change, the connections in their brain, because it's too much. It was never meant, the human species was never meant to have to deal with this many things all at once. And yet, society is doing that. However, for the rich, it's not that, because, you can fly to your own private island and, decompress for a couple months, and, you can connive and scheme and come up with the next grand, fuckery in society or whatever it is. And so, once again, we are reaching the tipping point, and it's going to take the middle class to really pull the trigger, because they constitute the majority. And there has never been a revolution that did not succeed that didn't include the middle class engagement, right? So, so I'm looking forward to that, and that's why we deal with the Heritage Fund and all these things, because this isn't necessarily about us. It's about every Albertan getting screwed to the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So I think we might, close up, but we'll close up.
Yeah, I gotta go.
We'll close up with you here. Chantal, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe Maya, we'll let you go.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate being able to talk about the States and a lot of other great things too. And I really enjoy watching your podcast, because it gives people hope. It really does. I thank you so much for taking your time to do this for everybody.
Well, I mean, this was my baby to begin with, and it didn't take 2 episodes in which Chantal, because we'd been, just kind of minorly interacting together, in messages, and she's like, you could really use a host, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so glad somebody said that to me.
That was Pam. Pam said you should bring her back because she's got a lot to say.
Oh, Pam, right, it was Pam.
Pam was the one that did that. Yeah, because you messaged me on April 3rd about your work on the Heritage Fund, and I said, well, let's collaborate. If you want to send me that information, I'd be thankful, because I hadn't reached that feather yet to pluck off the chicken.
Right.
And so you sent me your information, and I went through it, and I picked through it, and plucked another chicken, and then we collaborated on that. And I remember you starting the podcast, and the first episode ever, I was just in the comments. That's it. I was watching the podcast, but I was like incognito. And then the second podcast, I was just a voice. That's it. I didn't want to turn my camera on.
Yeah.
And then by the third podcast, it was like, I'm going to put some makeup on that is probably old as the hills and twice as dusty and needs to go to the damn garbage. But I'm going to do it anyways, because I figured that this was the next best move. So
Well, I mean, I can't tell you
we're
how
here.
I can't tell you how thankful I am that you did that. And oddly enough, Maya, for the last year, I've been thinking I want to do another podcast. You know, I felt like it might be art or art related, philosophy, that kind of thing. And then this came up, and I'm like, well, I have to do this.
Oh, good.
And then, but I didn't want to do anything unless I had a co-host, and I've been saying that for like a year. And then all of a sudden, I have probably the best co-host I ever could have imagined. So
awesome.
Look, we love and appreciate you very much. Of that, you can be sure.
Aw. Well, ditto, guys. I really appreciate everything you're doing. So keep it up.
Thank you.
You know,
Thank you.
I'm glad I found your channel. Now I'll keep watching every time you come on. It makes my day, right? So.
And you're welcome anytime, just so you know.
Right on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
anybody that wants to come in and pick our brains, we welcome it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on. Okay, I'll let you go. My cat is bugging me. She's
Okay.
probably really hungry. So here. Oh,
Thanks,
try to
Maya.
show her off here. There
Oh,
she
look
is.
at that.
Oh, she's
There you go.
cute.
Yeah, she's crazy calico. So
It's
All
a cat
righty.
on a green screen. Yeah. Nice.
All right.
Okay, much love, Maya. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Take care.
Okay,
How do I shut this thing off now? Here, I'll just delete this.
there she goes.
Mhm.
Sort of. There she goes. Hey, you.
Hello.
Yeah, we've been, you know, I haven't been seeing that much of you, you know, going through. I got to figure that out, how to do a 3-box, man. It can't be that tough.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah.
It could be just because we're using Zoom, right?
Maybe, but Zoom does have that 3 window. I was looking while, you know, you guys were talking. I couldn't see it, so I'll get onto that. I don't want to bore you, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for the comments. The comments are great. Again, if any, you know, please like, share, subscribe this podcast. Chantal's information is in the description, and of course, if you're not a part of that, you got to get on that. The Alberta Disability System Breakdown, the app, all of that stuff that Chantal has given you, you know, for your benefit. So we'll be back on tomorrow, 6 p.m. And we'll have some a little bit of video, maybe a little bit of entertainment. Grab your popcorn, and we'll do something like that. But Chantal, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for everything, all the information, everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure. It's something that I enjoy doing. So, yeah, I'm not going to stop anytime soon.
No, we're you know, we're just getting started, I think.
Yep.
You know. So, ladies and gentlemen, much love, much respect, and we will see you tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Until then, be safe and be well.